Chapter 326. Impossible, impossible. I'll go all out for you. After the Sky Sword Sect cultivator sealed his bleeding chest with his Jin Yuan, he stared in shock at Chen Hao, who had taken his attack head-on. His Jin Yuan surged as he rushed towards Chen Hao again. Next. There was no need for Chen Hao to speak. The referee's dignified voice sounded and he waved his hand, sending the disciple out of the stage. Chen Hao's strange attack was without a doubt. If there were no restrictions in the rules of the competition, that guy would have already kicked the bucket. How could he still jump around? However, it was precisely because Chen Hao's attack didn't contain any energy and only pierced through his heart that this situation occurred. But the referee's eyes were bright. While everyone was still immersed in Chen Hao's strange, terrifying, and completely unexpected attack and his freakishly formidable physical resistance, the battle had begun once more. Chen Hao turned into a gust of wind again. Boom boom boom. After the second peak late-stage nascent soul stage disciple came up, he directly released his majestic true essence and condensed it into layers of protective qi around his body. He knew that this consumed a lot of energy, but there was no other way. Lang Yihan's previous battle had already made everyone understand that this was the best way to deal with such a terrifying concealment ability. Moreover, this disciple knew that he was no match for Chen Hao. It was just a matter of how many moves he could last and how much energy Chen Hao had to consume. For a full half a minute, Chen Hao didn't make a move, nor did he release any aura. On the other hand, the disciple was extremely nervous. His face was dripping with cold sweat. Although he knew that his life wasn't in danger, he didn't want to be pierced through by a sword. Moreover, if Chen Hao's hand was careless, wouldn't he be finished? Of course, this kind of situation was absolutely impossible. Chen Hao didn't dare and wouldn't do it. Perhaps only this guy who was in the situation and scared out of his wits would think so. 1 minute went by, 2 minutes went by, and then 3 minutes went by. However, Chen Hao still did not make a move. Not only did this make the opponent more and more nervous, but it also made everyone who was paying attention to this match feel suffocated. Could it be that this fellow wants to grind his opponent to death? This thought rose in everyone's mind. However, he was very puzzled. Could it be that Chen Hao's concealment technique did not consume energy? Even if it didn't consume any energy, what was the point of dawdling like this? It was nothing more than saving a bit of energy. Other than the disciples of the star-picking sect, Lang Yihan, and Xia Yuyu, no one knew what Chen Hao was up to. With his strength, he could easily defeat his opponent with a single strike. However, Chen Hao did not do so. Lang Yihan, how blends into the world. It's the same concealment technique as you. Doesn't it consume energy? After a full 5 minutes, the disciple's face was covered in cold sweat, but Chen Hao still hadn't appeared. Xia Yuyu couldn't help but ask Lang Yihan again. She directly said, blends into the world, to tell Lang Yihan that she already knew about this concealment technique from Chen Hao. No need, Lang Yihan frowned slightly and said. Clearly, Xia Yuyu's words made him realize that the relationship between Chen Hao and Xia Yuyu had reached a certain level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said, blends into the world. What a madman. If he really continues like this, I'm afraid that when the half-step incarnation disciple attacks, he won't even consume any energy. Pooh. At the 6th minute, when everyone felt that they couldn't bear this oppressive and suffocating feeling, Chen Hao's swordlight, which was like a poisonous snake's tongue, suddenly appeared. Without any suspense, the sword pierced through the heart. And this disciple was even worse. He didn't even have time to attack before Chen Hao's figure disappeared behind him. It was obvious that Chen Hao had caught the moment when his opponent paused under high tension. No. I can't continue like this. Otherwise, even if I don't consume any true qi, I'll consume a lot of energy. The gains won't make up for the losses. After defeating 2 people, Chen Hao thought to himself. Blends into the world, coupled with his powerful physical body, could indeed allow him to easily defeat an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, but his mind also had to be constantly operating. Even if one person only needed a few minutes, it would still take several hours to finish the battle. Obviously, this couldn't go on. As long as I can maintain the speed of true qi consumption and recovery, I just need to do this. In a moment, Chen Hao made his decision. The third, the fourth, originally, they thought that Chen Hao would continue to use this strange method that consumed very little energy, but which made everyone feel rather bored. But on the third round, although Chen Hao had blended into the world, he used his incomparably sharp sword light to directly break through his opponent's layers of protective aura and defeated him in one move. After 5 consecutive rounds, Chen Hao once again showed signs of wasting time. Moreover, as the competition progressed, everyone found that Chen Hao's fighting style seemed to have entered a cycle of 2 methods. One was violent and fierce, the other was extremely strange. As the number of people decreased one by one, the faces of all the disciples of the Sky Sword sect became extremely ugly, or rather, terrified. On the rostrum, the Heavenly Sword sect master's face was filled with boundless shame and anger. Especially when he saw the gazes that everyone was shooting at him from time to time, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. This was too fucking embarrassing. A dignified 9th-rank sect had nearly 200 disciples, but now, all of them were at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Every one of them looked like they were scared out of their wits before the battle even began. As the Sky Sword sect master, how could he endure this? On the other hand, Yuan Tyron's old face was in high spirits, as if it had been filled with chicken blood, blooming with red light. In the contestant area, the veins on Wu Ruochen's face were bulging. His somewhat handsome face was almost distorted at this time. The gaze he looked at Chen Hao with was filled with monstrous anger and disdain. Yes, it was disdain. Although this kind of concealment technique was powerful and had surprised him, it was not enough to attract his attention. He believed that in the face of absolute power, any concealment was futile, especially in the limited area of the arena. He had absolute confidence that he could make Chen Hao unable to hide in an instant. At this moment, he hoped that Chen Hao could defeat all the people of the Sky Sword sect and meet him. The raging flames of war began to rise in his heart, causing the people sitting beside him to look sideways. 42 peak of the late nascent soul stage, and they were getting stronger and stronger. Most of them were at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, but they were all defeated by the terrifying Chen Hao. I've reached the half-step incarnation stage. Chen Hao said in his heart with a cold expression. Chen Hao was very clear that the half-step incarnation stage experts, and the super geniuses of the Sky Sword sect, had an attack power that was definitely beyond their level. If Chen Hao wanted to rely on his physical body to resist, he would definitely not be able to remain unscathed. This was the real beginning of the battle. He had to rely on his true strength to end his opponent. Phew, Chen Hao let out a long breath. When the first half-step incarnation stage expert appeared on the arena, he did not conceal his presence. Dense and surging true essence surged out without the slightest restraint at this moment. His long robe fluttered, his long hair fluttered, and his peerlessly handsome and angular face and pitch-black and deep eyes were like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. They were also like 2 peerlessly fierce treasured swords that naturally emitted a piercingly cold and arrogant aura that looked down upon the world. This was definitely not the kind of arrogance that made people feel like they were asking for a beating, but a kind of true arrogance. Arrogance in his bones, blood, and heart. At this moment, in the entire arena, countless female disciples and female spectators were staring blankly at Chen Hao. It was hard for their hearts not to flutter. What did it mean to be handsome? What was arrogant? What was dominating the world? This was called. This was a kind of feeling that rose naturally from the depths of one's heart, a feeling that came from the inside out. It was not the kind of feeling that Chu Qingtian had, which relied on aura and pressure to make people feel from the outside in. Helian Wuxi and Tantai Lian's small faces shone with a touch of brilliance and pride. Yes, pride, pride that rose because of Chen Hao. Xia Yuyu's eyes were wide open as she looked at Chen Hao, who was standing proudly on the arena. Her heart was surging with even more excitement and intense joy than Helian Wuxi and Tantai Lian's. It had to be said that even though Xia Yuyu had been with Chen Hao for a year and a half, and because of the 9 revolutions heavenly young earthine art, the two of them had reached a state of telepathy, the one she had interacted with was the most real and simple Chen Hao. She could feel the arrogance in Chen Hao's heart and could understand Chen Hao's character. However, she had never seen how the arrogance hidden in the depths of Chen Hao's bones blossomed. To put it bluntly, she had too little experience with Chen Hao. Hao is so handsome, Xia Yuyu, the #1 genius of the eastern continent and a goddess in the hearts of countless young disciples, couldn't help but murmur like a little love-struck fool. Although her voice was very soft and everyone was paying attention to the arena, it was still heard by many observant people. Not far away, Chu Qingtian clenched his fists tightly. His terrifying eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and haze. As for Lang Yihan, who was close to Xia Yuyu, he curled his lips. However, his gaze didn't move away from Chen Hao's body. He lightly bit his thin lips. No one knew what he was thinking, but he didn't realize that at this moment, his expression was so feminine. "Brat, come. I want to see how you're going to hide. Even if I lose, I'll let you know that our Sky Sword sect isn't something that a clown like you can contend against." "Who's the clown?" "You'll understand very soon." Chen Hao slowly raised his sword and said indifferently. In an instant, his aura had turned into a tranquil little lake. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake, spreading out in all directions. Third update. Today is the third update. Thank you to the 2 monthly votes and the brother who tipped me. Dark Mountain sat from 6 in the morning until now. The reward is not an egg. Thank you very much. Chapter 327. When Chen Hao's opponent directly used his ultimate move to bombard Chen Hao with sword lights that contained terrifying power, Chen Hao suddenly became like a fish in a small lake. His figure was agile and unpredictable, and he easily weaved through the terrifying sword lights and advanced towards his opponent at a snaking but high speed. Free wave treading steps. Just this mysterious and magical footwork alone had already surprised everyone. What was even more surprising was that Chen Hao's body did not have the slightest bit of Zhen Yuan leaking out except for the aura of perfection like water. It was as if all the Zhen Yuan circulation was under his control, forming a world of its own, circulating endlessly. Only his increasingly plentiful and round spirit made everyone clearly feel a dangerous aura. The disciple who bore the brunt of Chen Hao's strange and terrifying approach was shocked in his heart, but at the same time, he also understood Chen Hao's intention. Close combat. He had already seen Chen Hao's terrifying sword, so how could he dare to tangle with Chen Hao? Without any hesitation, he crazily condensed the Zhen Yuan around his body. He did not expect to defeat Chen Hao, but only hoped to injure Chen Hao a little. Seeing that Chen Hao was approaching his best attack range, he roared and used his strongest ultimate move. Qi! 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 More than 100 sword lights condensed from his life's cultivation suddenly descended like a plague of locusts, densely meeting Chen Hao. The time, distance, and angle were grasped perfectly. Even if everyone knew that they could not really do anything to Chen Hao, they still could not help but secretly praise in their hearts. The half-step incarnation of a 9th-grade sect is indeed incomparable to an ordinary sect. I'm afraid that this move will injure Chen Hao a little. Seeing that Chen Hao could not avoid it, many people secretly said in their hearts. However, right at this moment, the 5-element sword in Chen Hao's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling white light that directly drowned out the entire stage. Soon after, a ding-ding-ding sound of dense and terrifying sword light clashing resounded within the crowd. When everyone's vision recovered, the disciple of the heavenly sword sect had already been sent flying with a spurt of blood spurting from his chest. Light attribute true essence. he actually comprehended the true essence of the light attribute. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The true essence of light and darkness was one of the most difficult attributes to comprehend out of the 5 elements. Truth was not energy. After reaching the golden core realm, all cultivators would more or less be able to control the 5 elements and the energy derived from them. However, they could only control energy. There were very few who could comprehend the truth, especially the truth of light, darkness, and lightning. The true essence of the light element has concealed his figure. Under the mysterious footwork, the opponent is unable to lock onto his aura. This means that even if the opponent's ultimate move is under complete control, it will lose its target. How many trump cards does this kid have? I'm really a waste of my position as the sect master. Yuan Tairan stared at the unscathed Chen Hao in the arena and said excitedly and a little gloomily. It had to be said that from the moment Chen Hao stepped into the sect until now, although Yuan Tairan had already decided to train him with all his might, it seemed that the star-picking sect had really not given anything. As for him, as the sect leader, his understanding of Chen Hao was even more limited. The second, the third, the fourth, one by one, the half-step incarnation experts became stronger and stronger. However, without exception, they were all eliminated by Chen Hao. When it came to the 11th person, what surprised everyone was that Chen Hao actually began to use his powerful concealment technique again, as if he was stalling for time. It took him a full 20 minutes to eliminate the 11th person. Then, the 12th and 13th person were still concealment techniques, and the time taken was even longer. When the last half-step incarnation realm disciple was eliminated, only Wu Ruochen and Meng Lang were left of the Heavenly Sword sect of nearly 200 people. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Chen Hao. Even the referee was no exception. They were both shocked and doubtful. Would he continue to fight? Chen Hao didn't need to answer. His gaze that was as sharp as a sword, his aura that was chilly, and his battle intent that soared into the sky was the best answer. Next. The referee took a deep breath, and his loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire martial arts practice field. At this moment, if there were still people who did not know what Chen Hao was going to do, then they were really pigs. However, it was precisely because they knew that everyone's gazes towards Chen Hao were filled with incomparable shock and disbelief. In a group competition between sects, and in a situation where the weak would go from strength to strength, what kind of concept was it to challenge an incarnation realm expert? In particular, when they thought of the madness of the star-picking sect disciples, and the way Chen Hao fought until now, they were all even more shocked. Without a doubt, before the battle with the Heavenly Sword sect, the star-picking sect had already made this decision, or it could be said that Chen Hao had made this decision. The decision to challenge the Heavenly Sword sect. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air resounded in every corner of the martial arts practice field. No one could describe how shocked they were at this moment. The star-picking sect, a third-grade sect with only 10 people, wanted to challenge the high and mighty 9th-grade sect with nearly 200 people. What kind of concept was this? Could he succeed? This was the question that appeared in everyone's mind. Apart from a few people, the answer was almost unanimous. Even if Chen Hao could defeat Meng Lang, who was at the early stage of the incarnation realm, he would not be able to shake Wu Ruochen, who was at the peak of the middle stage of the incarnation realm. But regardless of whether Chen Hao succeeded or not, he would be the most dazzling existence in this competition. He used his combat strength, talent, potential, and courage that surpassed his cultivation level by 10 times or even 100 times to conquer everyone. He was challenging the legend. He was challenging all the low-level sects, including the 8th-grade sections. For hundreds of years, no sect or person had been able to accomplish this feat who could shake the high and mighty 9th-grade sect. The second expert of the Heavenly Sword sect, Meng Lang, took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and even his body trembled slightly. This trembling was very complicated. It contained the excitement of not having a chance to fight for a few days, but also contained the fear of Chen Hao, and a little bit of frustration. Whether he won or lost, he was a little unhappy. Even if he won, he would not be able to defeat Chen Hao, who was not in peak condition. How could he not be frustrated? Anyone could say that Chen Hao was defeated in an exhausted state after defeating dozens of people. If he lost, there was no need to talk about it. But at this point, he could only fight. Because this was a matter of the highest honor of the Heavenly Sword sect. If Chen Hao really took down the Heavenly Sword sect, it would undoubtedly be the greatest shame of the Heavenly Sword sect. Whoosh! Meng Lang stepped onto the arena under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. As the second genius of the Heavenly Sword sect, he cut off all negative emotions the moment he stepped onto the arena. You are very courageous and very strong. But you dare to challenge the dignity of the Heavenly Sword sect with just this point? You are overestimating yourself. Humph, your victory will end here. I, Meng Lang, will let you understand what is called the absolute gap in strength. Not to mention the current you, even if you are in peak condition, you will still be unable to withstand a single blow from me, Meng Lang. Clang! Boom! As soon as Meng Lang's cold voice fell, he took the lead to unsheath his sword. At the same time, the vigorous true origin and terrifying pressure that symbolized the early stage of the incarnation realm were completely released at this moment. Although the half-step incarnation realm and the incarnation realm were only one step apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. Everyone knew this point, especially after Meng Lang completely released his aura, which made everyone understand Meng Lang's strength. Coupled with his tall and mighty figure, he was like an unshakable war god in front of Chen Hao. The terrifying pressure caused the entire arena to set off gusts of wind. Everyone felt Meng Lang's terrifying aura and looked at Chen Hao. The entire martial arts practice field was silent. Even the disciples who were fighting in the other 9 arenas could not help but look over. Ka ba, suddenly, Chen Hao, whose expression was as solemn as a mountain, trembled slightly under the raging wind caused by the aura. His entire body actually emitted the crisp sound of bones colliding. This sound was very soft, but it carried a huge penetrating force that clearly entered everyone's ears. Along with the sound of this sound, the blood, tendons, and bones in Chen Hao's body instantly condensed into one. The essence, energy, and spirit in his body bloomed with a bang, like a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. There was still no fluctuation of true origin leaking out, but it completely blocked Meng Lang's terrifying aura within a radius of 30 meters around him. Chen Hao did not speak, but slowly raised his sword and pointed at Meng Lang. There was not even the slightest fluctuation of emotion on his handsome and cold face. Bang! Hiss! At this moment, the instant the referee put down his hand, Meng Lang suddenly stomped his feet, and a dull rumble erupted. 2 deep pits suddenly appeared on the incomparably hard ground under his feet, and Meng Lang's entire body was like an arrow that had left the bow. What was even more shocking was that Meng Lang's figure seemed to have completely disappeared from everyone's sight. His entire body and the sword in his hand condensed into a 30-meter-long golden sword. One with the sword. It was not an ordinary one with the sword, but a one with the sword that only an expert of the incarnation realm could perform. The person had transformed into a sword, and the essence, energy, spirit, and true origin had completely condensed into one with the sword. It was obvious that Meng Lang had raised his strength to the limit when he attacked. He wanted to directly suppress Chen Hao in the most violent manner. So strong. An expert of the incarnation realm is indeed not something that a half-step incarnation realm expert can compare to. This Meng Lang is an existence second only to Wu Ruochen in the Sky Sword sect. The one with the sword at the incarnation realm is like an extension of his arm, and the combat strength he possesses is absolutely terrifying. It seems that Meng Lang does not want to give Chen Hao any chance to perform. Can Chen Hao block it? At this moment, countless cultivators' minds were filled with amazement and anticipation. Everyone held their breaths and locked onto Chen Hao's figure. Good timing. As he stared at the terrifying sword light that was swiftly approaching him and completely enveloping him, Chen Hao's pupils suddenly constricted, and he let out a clear shout. Rumble. The aura around his body was finally released for the first time, and it was released without the slightest restraint. Rolling true origin gushed out, and the terrifying aura instantly swept out and rushed toward Meng Lang, who was coming at him. Chen Hao originally wanted to end the battle quickly with Meng Lang. If he really wanted to fight, Meng Lang was not a half-step to the incarnation realm. It was absolutely impossible for him to rely on concealment to recover his true origin. Meng Lang directly pushed himself to the limit without any probing, which was exactly what Chen Hao wanted. First update. Chapter 328. Rumble. The figures of the two had yet to meet, but under the terrifying aura of the two, the entire arena rumbled like thunder, and the momentum was extremely shocking. Clang! 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 Boom! 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 The dense and terrifying sound of metal clashing, accompanied by terrifying explosions, caused a storm. In an instant, the powerful barrier of the arena seemed to be torn apart, and the two figures quickly crossed each other. Humph, that's all you got. Today, I'll make you understand that in front of my incarnation realm strength, your nascent soul realm strength is nothing. Meng Lang stood in the air. The instant confrontation made him clearly feel that although Chen Hao's strength was strong, it was much weaker than his. And this was under the condition that he did not use his ultimate move. Although he knew that Chen Hao must have an ultimate move, how could a small star-picking sect be stronger than his Sky Sword sect's ultimate move? Is that so? The incarnation realm is only a so-so. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Come out with your ultimate move, I don't want to waste my strength on you. Chen Hao finally spoke. He was even more arrogant than Meng Lang. His cold expression and words seemed to be telling everyone, you're nothing but a clown. My goal is to topple your heavenly sword sect. My final opponent is Wu Ruochen, so don't try to jump around, you're courting death. Meng Lang snorted coldly and suddenly took a step forward. With a boom, his aura, which had been raised to the limit, erupted like a volcano at this moment. At the same time, a mysterious aura suddenly rose and filled the entire arena in the blink of an eye. Buzz! Buzz! What made Chen Hao slightly surprised was that Meng Lang's left hand actually condensed talisman symbols and sent them into the large sword in his right hand. Every talisman symbol that fused into the sword caused the treasured sword to hum intensely and its aura to soar at an extremely terrifying speed. At this moment, although Chen Hao was very strong and wanted to see how strong this guy was when he condensed his aura to the peak, he did not do so. There were more powerful opponents waiting for him, and he had no reason to waste his strength on Meng Lang here. Lose for me. A cold shout suddenly sounded out from Chen Hao's mouth. At the same time, a peerlessly fierce and terrifying fluctuation appeared abruptly as Chen Hao slashed out from afar. To everyone's surprise, Chen Hao's sword strike only emitted a trace of a horrifying force at the beginning, but after it was executed, it seemed to be child's play instead, and it didn't emit any fluctuations. Moreover, the crowd was already flabbergasted. Even if Chen Hao had used some kind of ultimate move, he should have approached his opponent before using it. Who would use an ultimate move from several hundred meters away? However, after an instant, Meng Lang, who had yet to condense to the peak, let out a shocking roar and hurriedly made his move. Only then did everyone see a sword light. The sword light was extremely sharp and carried a terrifying whirlpool, as if it could devour everything. Suddenly, it collided with Meng Lang's ultimate move that had not been condensed to its peak state. Great success in the profound mysteries of space. On the rostrum, countless experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yuan Tairan was a little surprised. Chen Hao had the profound mysteries of space. When Chen Hao released his aura without restraint in the star-picking sect, Yuan Tairan had sensed it. However, he did not expect Chen Hao to be able to use the profound mysteries of space in such a magical way on his ultimate move. This kind of fusion could not be done without a strong soul power. Boom! Despicable, shameless. Accompanied by Meng Lang's angry and unwilling roar, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. While he was still in the air, he spat out a stream of blood. Hiss! At this moment, Chen Hao's figure flashed and caught up with Meng Lang. Without giving Meng Lang any time to react, Chen Hao's sword slashed across his neck, leaving a sure death, bloody mark. Clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. It could not be helped. This was the restriction of the rules. Chen Hao's sword strike just now had once again revealed one of his trump cards, and had directly consumed a large amount of true essence. But even so, it was only able to destroy Meng Lang's ultimate move that had not been condensed to the limit, and injure him, but it was unable to cause him to lose his combat strength. If he wanted to end this battle, he could only do this symbolically. What a joke! Do you think I have to wait for you to condense your ultimate move? After doing all this, Chen Hao said loudly. As he spoke, he floated a few hundred feet away and stood proudly. The rules of the competition stated that once the competition started, no spiritual medicine was allowed. To recover, one could only rely on one's own recovery ability. Up until now, Chen Hao had been recovering in the state of being one with the universe when he was at the peak of the late nascent soul stage and half-step incarnation stage. In particular, he had deliberately delayed the last 3 half-step incarnations to recover his true essence to the peak state. However, against Meng Lang's ultimate move, he had consumed 10% of his true essence. Apart from that, the most serious consumption was his essence, qi, and spirit. Next, wait. Before the referee could finish announcing the next contestant, a cold, dignified, and angry voice suddenly interrupted the referee. At this moment, everyone looked toward the rostrum. The Sky Sword sect leader's face was terrifyingly dark as he stared straight at Chen Hao. Brat, you dare to violate the rules of the competition and secretly use spiritual medicine to recover your true essence. How audacious. You're looking down on the 10 immortal sects and deserve to die. Crash! Master Sky Sword's words immediately ignited everyone who was still immersed in shock. Even the sect masters of the other 9 rank 9 sects looked at him with a trace of astonishment. However, the Yuan sect leader, who had the most authority, hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything for some reason. Xia Lingfeng wanted to say something, but he didn't. Instead, he looked toward the star-seizing sect leader, Yuan Tairan. Sect leader Bai, what do you mean? Our star-seizing sect is only a small third-rank sect. How dare we look down on the 10 immortal sects? Our disciples wouldn't do such a thing that violates the rules of the competition. Without any evidence, I hope sect leader Bai will be careful with your words. Yuan Tairan stood up. His heart was filled with rage. He really wanted to fuck this old man's 18 generations of ancestors. However, in the face of a high and mighty 9th rank sect, he could only forcefully suppress the rage in his heart and speak righteously. Be careful with my words. Yuan Tairan, you don't dare, but that doesn't mean your disciples don't dare. Everyone, since I dare to say it, I'm naturally certain. Not only Chen Hao, but Lang Yihan of the Myriad Pill Pavilion must be the same. That's right. At this moment, the Floating Mist sect leader said, everyone, think about it. These 2 brats used the same concealment technique that even we couldn't see through to disappear from our sight. This old man admits that these 2 people are rare geniuses, but you can imagine, not to mention them, even in the cultivation world for nearly 1,000 years, which of the top geniuses has this kind of recovery ability? This is absolutely impossible. That's right. Especially Chen Hao, this brat, who is even more arrogant. You should have seen it. Before he fought with Meng Lang, he deliberately delayed for 2 hours, entangling with 3 half-step incarnation realm experts, allowing himself to recover to his peak state. The sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect continued, "This is blatantly looking down on our 10 immortal sects. Brother Ian, and everyone else, this is not as simple as breaking the rules. This crime is punishable by death." This sudden turn of events caused the entire martial arts practice field to buzz with discussion. Especially after hearing the words of the two great sect leaders, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Hao and Leng Yihan, who was sitting in the contestant seats. It was obvious that at this time, almost everyone was beginning to suspect something. This couldn't be blamed on anyone else. Chen Hao and Leng Yihan's performance was too exaggerated. Although Helian Wuzi was also exaggerated, she didn't have any weakness and was always under everyone's attention. However, Chen Hao and Leng Yihan were different. The two of them were even more exaggerated than Helian Wuzi and used powerful concealment techniques. Originally, they didn't suspect anything because they didn't think in that direction. After all, just because they couldn't sense it didn't mean that the experts and judges on the platform couldn't. But now, they knew that even the sect leaders of the 9th rank sects couldn't sense the two's auras. This made people suspicious. After all, people weren't made of iron. How could they have such powerful recovery ability? Humph. You're just guessing. What proof do you have? Everything depends on the evidence. Although my Myriad Pill Pavilion is only a 7th rank sect, we're not to be bullied. Moreover, why would our Leng Yihan use such underhanded means? The Myriad Pill Pavilion leader, who didn't have any thoughts, suddenly stood up and said with a cold and arrogant expression. Especially when he looked at the sect leaders of the Sky Sword sect and the Faint Mist sect, his eyes were shining with intense contempt and anger. When he spoke of Leng Yihan, he was extremely conceited. Chen Hao also disdains to use such methods. Both of them are true geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years in the Eastern continent. It's fine if some people can't do it themselves, but they still want to slander them with the heart of a villain. My Myriad Pill Pavilion will be the first to disagree. So what if you're the High and Mighty Sky Sword sect and the Faint Mist sect? What a joke. It's just the two of them who damaged your dignity. After a slight pause, the Myriad Pill Pavilion leader seemed to have thought of something and continued. The Myriad Pill Pavilion leader's words directly ignited the entire martial arts practice field, including the sect leaders on the platform, who all looked at him with shock. No one thought that the Myriad Pill Pavilion leader, who was only a 7th rank sect, would be so strong, so violent, and so arrogant. Yes, it was arrogance. Such a blatant tit-for-tat, and directly pointed out that the sect leaders of the two 9th rank sects were the heart of a villain. How could this not shock people? They were high and mighty 9th rank sects that no one had been able to shake for hundreds of years. They weren't something that low-level sects below 8th rank sects could compare to. This was because they controlled the life and death of the entire Eastern continent's cultivation world. If they decided to abolish a sect, even if it was an 8th rank sect, they could directly uproot it and completely erase it from the cultivation world. Second update. Maybe many of you didn't see Wuxian's chapter, so I'll say it again. In the future, the update time will be around 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Today is the first time I've changed it, so there will be 2 updates. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m., it should be 4 updates. Wuxian will continue writing. Thank you to the brothers and sisters who donated and voted. Thank you. Chapter 329. Well said, Brother Gu. As 2 of the 10 immortal Dao sects leaders, you represent the entire Eastern continent's cultivation world. But you can't slander us just because we have a genius who's stronger than you. Our Xiaxing sect is only a 3rd rank sect. At worst, we'll be destroyed by you. I, Yuan Tairan, am not to be trifled with, and neither are the grand elders of the Xiaxing sect. Without evidence, don't even think about slandering us. I've already sent out the news. If you have the guts, kill the grand elders of the Xiaxing sect as well. Ha ha ha. What was even more unexpected was that Yuan Tairan, who had been suppressing his anger, exploded at the provocation of the myriad pill pavilion's pavilion master. His arrogant laughter was filled with unwavering determination and arrogance, as if he was going to fight to the death. His words were even more direct than the myriad pill pavilion's sect masters. He also told everyone that he had already sent back the news. What did this mean? Yuan Tairan and all the disciples of the Xiaoxing sect, and even the Xiaoxing sect, which was millions of miles away, could be destroyed. However, the grand elders of the Xiaoxing sect could not be killed by them. Not to mention the 6 grand elders of the Xiaoxing sect, even if one of them escaped, it would be enough to turn a 9th-rank sect upside down. This was the reason why the cultivation world did not dare to destroy the other side, no matter how great the hatred was. This was not to say that the Grand Elder of the Star-Picking sect was very powerful, but if such an expert were to hide in the dark and ignore all the rules of the cultivation world, then what would be the point of the disciples of the 9th-rank sects? They would be in danger of being killed at any moment. There were precedents in the world of cultivation for something like this. Good, good, good. I didn't think that a 7th-rank sect and a 3rd-rank sect would dare to be so arrogant. This isn't just provoking the Sky Sword sect and the Floating Mist sect, it's blatantly looking down on the 10 immortal Tao sects. Evidence. They're hiding their tracks, and their true essence is limitless. One person challenging 100 people is evidence. Brother Ian, and everyone else, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. The Floating Mist sect master said angrily as he looked at the Sky Sword sect master. The two of them were second only to the Origin sect in the 10 immortal Tao sects. Even the Origin sect master could not suppress them. What did they have to fear? Come over here. Brat, come here. If you tell me the truth, I can spare your souls. The sect leaders of the Floating Mist sect and the Sky Sword sect made their moves at the same time. Two extremely terrifying auras enveloped Chen Hao, who had a cold expression on his face, and Leng Yihan, who was in the contestant seats. The terrifying power caused the heavens and earth to change color. The two large hands contained a power that caused everyone to be terrified. At this moment, both Leng Yihan and Chen Hao felt that they were completely locked down. That terrifying aura seemed to have used all the energy in the world to bind the two of them. They couldn't even move. At this moment, Xia Yuyu cried out in fright. Her beautiful little face under the veil was deathly pale. At this moment, Helian Wuzi and Tan Tai Lien were almost suffocating. No matter what, they never thought that such a situation would occur. They couldn't stop it, they couldn't resist it, they could only despair. He hated himself for being too weak. The Star-Seizing sect was too weak. The disciples of the Star-Seizing sect and the Myriad Pill Pavilion were also deathly pale. However, everyone's expressions showed that they were clenching their teeth in this crisis. Screams resounded throughout the martial arts arena. Chaos, chaos, extreme chaos. No one thought that the situation would develop to such an uncontrollable state. How dare you? Open your dog eyes and see what this is. Whoosh! At this moment, the voice of the Myriad Pill Pavilion's pavilion master suddenly resounded throughout the martial arts arena. At the same time, a resplendent light screen rose up, blooming with light brighter than the sun. A mysterious aura instantly enveloped a radius of hundreds of miles. All the clamor and screams seemed to be swallowed up, causing the heavens and earth to fall into silence. This mysterious aura completely surpassed their understanding. Everyone, including the two shameless sect leaders who had used magical powers to capture Chen Hao and Leng Yihan, looked at the void with fear. A token that was only the size of a palm, but it was emitting a mysterious aura, was floating in the air. Countless people in the martial arts practice field stared blankly at it. They didn't know what it meant because they didn't know what it meant at all. But, the sect leader of the Yuan Gate, who had planned to watch the show, was dumbfounded. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and his body was trembling slightly. Yuan Tairan, who was about to protect Chen Hao, and Xia Lingfeng, who had made his choice, were stunned. Besides shock, there was also a trace of uncontrollable joy. The sect leaders of the other sects were also dumbfounded. Their faces shone with incomparable shock. The two arrogant fellows from the Sky Sword sect and the Floating Mist sect who wanted to capture Chen Hao and Leng Yihan were even more stunned. Their expressions were filled with extreme fear. Their bodies were trembling like sieves. They had completely lost the demeanor of a dignified ninth-grade sect. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. I guessed it right. What a pity. Since they are her people, it won't be good for me to recruit them. Both of their soul powers are abnormally strong. Leng Yihan, this little girl, was obviously created by her using the yin-yang embryo technique. It's just that she hasn't really integrated the yang essence yet. She's a rare seedling. That little guy called Chen Hao, could it be that he was born with a strong soul? And even I can't see through him. Such a person is indeed not suitable to be restrained. In the void, a graceful figure quietly floated, overlooking the entire martial arts arena. She muttered to herself when she saw the pavilion master of the Myriad Pill Pavilion take out the token that had scared everyone silly. As an important member of the Wuxia Immortal Palace, she had long known that it wouldn't be so simple when she was specially sent by the Palace Master to host the Eastern Continent's intersect competition. Otherwise, there would be no need for her to come personally. Therefore, she deliberately didn't appear in the competition these few days. Instead, she hid in Dongxian City and collected all the news about the Eastern Continent's cultivation world. At this moment, she naturally had a deep understanding of the entire Eastern Continent's cultivation world. Moreover, she was very curious when she heard about the influential figures in the intersect competition that night at the restaurant. That was why she was investigating in the void today. When she saw Leng Yihan's concealment technique, she had already guessed it. However, she did not expect Chen Hao to know it as well. Moreover, this technique was not unfamiliar to her. Was she not using the heaven and earth integration technique now? The Eastern Continent's cultivation world hasn't changed for hundreds of years. No wonder it has declined to such a state. As the leader of the Eastern Continent's 10 celestial Tao sects, the Origin sect doesn't have the demeanor of the number 1 sect at all. When it's time to show its might, it's hiding at the side and watching the show. When it's not time to show its might, it's overbearing. The Heaven Sword sect and the Misty sect are the second and third sects respectively, but their sect leaders are so unbearable. As for the rest, other than the Ling Tian sect leader who still has some celestial Tao demeanor, they've obviously forgotten the purpose of the celestial Tao. So, the Palace Master sent me here for this. The sisters are the Palace Master's most valued people. Although it's time for me to appear. I'll help her cover it up. Hiss. A strand of cool breeze blew by. While everyone was stunned as they stared at the command token that was floating in the air and emitting a myriad of rays of light and profundity, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside the command token, and she stretched out her hand to grab it. Greetings. Greetings, Celestial Venerable. Greetings, Celestial Venerable. The sect leaders of the Origin sect and all the other sects bowed when they saw this figure. The sect leaders of the Heaven Sword sect and the Misty sect, in particular, even stuffed their heads into their pants. They were trembling with fear as they broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, how could they not understand what was going on? Of course, in their minds, the Celestial Venerable token was given to the Pavilion Master of the Myriad Pill Pavilion by the Celestial Venerable. Although there were still doubts, this was the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, how could the Pavilion Master of the Myriad Pill Pavilion be qualified to receive the Celestial Venerable token? Humph. The graceful Celestial Venerable snorted lightly. However, everyone, especially those who had ulterior motives, trembled and broke out in cold sweat. The sect leader of the Origin sect was even more so. As the sect leader of the top 10 immortal Dao sects, he seemed to be uninvolved in such a huge commotion during the intersect competition. Furthermore, the celestial venerable had seen it with her own eyes. No matter what, he would leave a bad impression and even be held responsible. The immortal Dao sects of the Eastern continent have really opened my eyes. Sect leader Yin, you are really competent as the sect leader of the top immortal Dao sect, huh? Sect leader Bai, sect leader Gu, you are also good. As the sect leaders of 9th rank sects, you are really broad-minded. Huh? It seems like this immortal is too insignificant. I should have invited the palace master to personally host your intersect competition. Don't you think so? The celestial venerable's sarcastic words silenced the entire martial arts practice field. The three important figures who had been pointed out lowered their heads and did not dare to breathe loudly. Humph. This immortal will personally evaluate the sects in this intersect competition. After the intersect competition is over, I want the 10 immortal Dao sects to give me a satisfactory explanation. Of course, the so-called 10 immortal Dao sects may not necessarily be the current ones. Crash, the celestial venerable's last sentence finally caused an uproar in the martial arts practice field. Not necessarily the current ones. What did that mean? The sect leaders of the Yuan Gate, Sky Sword sect, and Floating Mist sect were extremely frightened. Keep the token. Hiss. The pavilion master of the Myriad Pill Pavilion, who was at a loss, suddenly heard the celestial venerable's words. He hurriedly bowed and sincerely received the celestial venerable token with both hands. His expression was filled with excitement and gratitude. When the nameless old man had given him the token, he had told him that he could not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. He could not use the token to seek benefits for the sect. Today, it was indeed absolutely necessary, especially when it concerned Lang Yihan's life. How could he still have scruples? Moreover, he knew that this opportunity was definitely a good thing for the Myriad Pill Pavilion. First update. Chapter 330. The reason was simple. Once he took out the token, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire cultivation world of the Eastern continent. Even the 9th rank sects would have to be courteous to the Myriad Pill Pavilion from now on. What did this mean? It meant that the Myriad Pill Pavilion would be extremely popular. With a period of accumulation and development, they would definitely be able to reach the height of a 9th rank sect, or even surpass it. But the female immortal supremacy who suddenly appeared took away his token. How was he going to explain this to the nameless old man? He didn't know what status the nameless old man had in the Wuxia Immortal Palace, but to be able to give out the immortal supremacy token, it proved that he was definitely not simple. At least not lower than the immortal supremacy in front of him. But he didn't dare to ask for it. Fortunately, the immortal supremacy didn't intend to confiscate it, which made him relieved. Let the competition continue. The female immortal supremacy slowly floated to the main seat in the middle of the rostrum. After sitting down cross-legged, she said faintly, "Strength is everything. This immortal will not be partial to anyone, nor will I bury anyone. There are indeed a few good geniuses in this intersect competition. Although there is still a big gap between you and the other regions, it is very rare for you to be able to grow to such a level in the Eastern continent. Work hard." Phew, Xia Yuyu patted her full and bulging chest. She, who was nervous and frightened to the extreme, finally breathed a long sigh of relief at this moment. Helian Wuzi and Tan Tai Lien were the same. The disciples of the star-picking sect and the Myriad Pill Pavilion also walked out from the state of near despair, suffocation, and anger. They looked at each other, and everyone's face revealed a touch of joy after being reborn. Faintly, they clearly felt that their souls and states of mind seemed to have a trace of enlightenment, and suddenly became clear. Next. The referee's magnificent voice suddenly rang out. Chen Hao took a deep breath, and his angular face flickered with a wisp of unprecedented coldness. No one knew what had happened in Chen Hao's body just now. No one knew that Chen Hao, who had no confidence when he met Wu Ruochen earlier, now had absolute confidence. Pressure. The casual attack of the Heavenly Sword sect master had exerted enormous pressure on him. Boundless anger had caused him to sink into madness. The seven-colored nascent soul, blood, meridians, muscles, shackles, and even every cell in his dantian, as well as his essence, energy, spirit, and soul, all of them had instantly fallen into a frenzy. A frenzy that seemed to want to pierce through heaven and earth was operating madly. Unfortunately, under the restriction of the Heavenly Sword sect master's peerless divine ability, he was unable to unleash even the slightest bit of it. However, it was precisely because of this irresistible pressure that all the power in Chen Hao's body surged and burned. His body had unknowingly become his cauldron, causing all the energy in his body to explode. This feeling was similar to when he had faced the powerful Xiao Jihan for the first time in the Xiao family. Chen Hao had undergone a metamorphosis in just a few seconds. There was no change in his realm. Boom! Wu Ruochen also took a deep breath and flew violently toward the arena. He was extremely frustrated, and the degree of frustration was not inferior to Chen Hao's at all. Originally, when he saw that Chen Hao had defeated Meng Lang, his battle intent had already soared to the peak. That was exactly the result he wanted. He wanted to use his absolute power to viciously crush Chen Hao. He wanted everyone to understand that he, Wu Ruochen, was not inferior to anyone. So what if he was the only one left in the Heavenly Sword sect? He was the true number one genius of the Heavenly Sword sect. He was the one who could ultimately turn the tide. At that time, it could be said that this brother's essence, energy, and battle intent had all reached the peak. He was like a badass with the surname Gao and the name Chao. However, his idiotic sect master had suddenly put on a show, which directly caused this brother to fall into a daze. It would have been fine if that show had succeeded. However, not only had it failed, but he had also been smashed on the head by the female celestial supremacy. Although he had not been scared to the point of shitting his pants, his entire body was smelly, this brother had already been scared silly. How could he still have any battle intent left? Fortunately, the female celestial supremacy's words before the start of the competition had reignited his battle intent. Strength was everything. As long as he was strong, why would he need to consider the Heavenly Sword sect? Only when he was strong, would he be truly strong. The aura of the peak of the mid-stage of the embodiment realm instantly filled the entire arena. The terrifying pressure and soaring battle intent caused everyone in the arena to once again lock their eyes on the arena where Chen Hao and Wu Ruochen were. Without a doubt, this battle would be the most intense battle since the beginning. Moreover, it would definitely be a battle between the top 20 individuals in advance. It seemed that Chen Hao, who had already been chosen by the celestial supremacy, could defeat the super genius Wu Ruochen, who was more than a level higher than him. The buzzing sounds of discussion instantly increased in intensity and quickly spread to every corner of the martial arts practice field. This year's intersect competition's top 20 individuals were already very clear. The sixth group was Chen Hao and Wu Ruochen. No one had expected that Chen Hao would be able to make it to this stage. After all, Chen Hao's strength lay in his potential, not his strength. Originally, everyone thought that the two people in the sixth group would be Wu Ruochen and Meng Lang. But now, Chen Hao had already created a miracle that was beyond everyone's imagination. He had won consecutively and easily defeated Meng Liang, who was in the early stage of the embodiment realm, in his exhausted state. Now, he was facing Wu Ruochen, who had the qualifications to become a young master and was recognized by everyone as being in the top 4. Could Chen Hao, who was only at the peak of the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, continue to create miracles? On the arena, Chen Hao was as still as a mountain. In the face of Wu Ruochen's terrifying pressure and fighting spirit, his chiseled face did not change in the slightest, except for the incomparably fierce look in his eyes. Clang! Clang! Two clear sounds of unsheathing rang out almost at the same time. Ah! But it was also at this moment that the entire arena suddenly burst into waves of astonishment. Even Chu Qingtian, Xia Yuyu, and Gu Xing revealed a trace of astonishment. Their expressions were rather strange. Wu Ruochen actually uses a saber. This is too unexpected. No one would have thought that Wu Ruochen, who had always used a sword, would turn into a saber when facing Chen Hao. The 2-meter-long silver saber was slightly blue and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Mysterious and exquisite runes covered the hilt and body of the saber. The long groove that ran through half of the saber was actually dark red, like solidified blood. It emitted a strong murderous and bloody aura. In Wu Ruochen's hand, it made a buzzing sound, like a thirsty beast that could not wait to kill and drink blood. Just from its appearance alone, everyone knew that this saber was definitely a top-grade spiritual weapon. You're very strong. Until you defeated Meng Lang, I had never taken you seriously. I admit that I underestimated you. You're only in the nascent soul realm, yet you've forced me to reveal my hidden weapon. You should be proud of yourself. Boom! Following Wu Ruochen's words, a cold, domineering, and majestic saber intent soared at a terrifying speed. The saber intent seemed to want to split the sky and cut the earth. Just the saber intent alone made people feel as if they were facing a saber blade, saber intent in the mastery of the way of the saber. Hiss! Hiss! Gasps could be heard in the entire martial arts practice field. If Wu Ruochen's revelation that he was a saber wielder was shocking, then the saber intent realm that he displayed now shocked everyone. Even Chu Qingtian frowned slightly. A saber wielder was as famous as a swordsman. A swordsman was extremely fierce and domineering. Anything that stood in his way would be cut in half, as if he was cutting vegetables. Wu Ruochen's saber intent realm had reached the mastery of the way of the saber. The mastery of the way of the saber was between the 4th heaven and the 6th heaven. Wu Ruochen's saber intent was obviously in the initial stage of the great mastery, which was the peak of the 4th heaven. Even so, everyone was shocked. This was because no one had heard of anyone in the incarnation realm who could cultivate the way of the saber or the way of the sword to the 4th heaven, at least in the eastern mainland. Chen Hao stared at Wu Ruochen, whose aura was still soaring, and his lips curled into a devilish smile. He said calmly, 4th heaven of the way of the saber. Your aura is not bad. Unfortunately, you have no hope of suppressing me with this. It's just like how a shameless person wants to slander me. It's meaningless. Crash! Everyone in the martial arts practice field who was paying attention to Chen Hao was shocked. Even Helian Wuzi and Tan Tai Lian, who were familiar with Chen Hao, were surprised. Did Chen Hao really say this? In everyone's eyes, Chen Hao was a man of few words. He was only cold and had shocking strength. Yet, at this moment, he had suddenly spoken. Furthermore, his words were so sharp and arrogant, as if he was looking down on the formidable sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. No one expected Chen Hao to be like this. There was a reason why Chen Hao was like this. First, he was clear about Wu Ruochen's purpose in directly exposing his identity as a saber wielder and saying these words. Whether it was an expert in the way of the saber or the way of the sword, they all paid attention to aura, especially during a peak confrontation. If one could suppress the opponent in terms of aura, it would undoubtedly be the beginning of victory. How could Chen Hao let him have his way? Even if Wu Ruochen couldn't suppress him, he couldn't let his confidence soar, right? Besides, since he wanted to challenge the Sky Sword sect, he had to do it thoroughly. Especially after seeing the ugly face of the Sky Sword sect master, Chen Hao felt even more disdain, anger, and even anger. Anyway, these two guys were trash that Chen Hao had a strong desire to kill. Chen Hao naturally wanted to vent his anger at this moment. And just as Chen Hao said these words, something even more shocking happened. An incomparably sharp sword intent rose from his body without any warning. In an instant, it filled the entire arena. What was extremely shocking was that the saber intent and sword intent emitted by the two people actually collided in the void. In an instant, the entire arena emitted a crackling sound. The peak of the fourth heavenly level of sword intent. This Chen Hao is actually at the fourth heavenly level of the way of the sword. Countless voices filled with disbelief instantly resounded throughout the arena. Only a few people who knew Chen Hao well knew that Chen Hao was a swordsman. However, no one knew that he was at the peak of the fourth heavenly level of the way of the sword. This was the realm that he had broken through to after going through heaven's punishment. Even Ling Yihan, who knew Chen Hao's combat strength best, was a little surprised. Chapter 331. Looking at Chen Hao, who was like an unsheathed sword, Wu Ruochen's expression changed slightly. Immediately, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "A swordsman at the peak of the fourth heaven. Very good. Then let's fight. I'd like to see how a swordsman at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm like you can compete with me." Whoosh! Wu Ruochen snorted coldly. His vital essence, which had already been gathered to its peak, suddenly surged out. He took a step forward, covering a distance of 100 feet. Amidst the buzzing and trembling of the treasured saber, he slashed a terrifying saber at Chen Hao. The terrifying saber qi condensed into a roaring dragon, violently enveloping Chen Hao. Qi! At the same time, Chen Hao also stabbed out with his sword. It was still a seemingly simple sword move, but the dazzling sword light, driven by the fierce sword comprehension, accurately pierced the head of the saber qi dragon, directly exploding the entire arena. The fierceness, violence, and momentum of this sword completely surpassed Wu Ruochen's at the middle stage of the incarnation realm. Humph! Wu Ruochen's eyes narrowed. He didn't think that the first move would have any effect, but it was so easily broken by Chen Hao, which surprised him. Looking at the fierce sword light condensed and did not dissipate, he once again urged the vigorous and majestic vital essence to meet it violently. Boom! Ding! 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 In an instant, the two of them entered into a close combat situation. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the sword comprehension and saber comprehension raged. Just the aftermath alone destroyed the entire arena. Even the powerful inhibition had terrifying cracks. The masters guarding the arena constantly sent out energy to repair it in a slightly panicked manner. Everyone in the martial arts practice field looked at the scene in the ring, and their expressions became sluggish. It's too terrifying. Any saber qi or sword light can kill me. I can't see it clearly at all. Senior brother, who has the upper hand? Chen Hao is really powerful, especially his attainments in the Tao of the sword. It's even more terrifying. He is obviously inferior to Wu Ruochen in terms of absolute strength, but he has completely suppressed Wu Ruochen. The master called senior brother stared at the figure in the arena like a flash of lightning and said with shock. Chu Qingtian, Gu Xing, Xia Yuyu, Ling Yihan, and the other experts who were basically guaranteed to enter the top 20 were all staring at the arena. Other than these four people who couldn't help but feel an increasingly strong desire to fight, the others had already lost the will to compete with the two just by looking at their current performance. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are useless. What was the use of Wu Ruochen hiding so deeply? Humph! Chu Qingtian snorted in his heart. Encountering either of them will be a difficult battle, especially Chen Hao. Gu Xing's eyes shone brightly, but his expression did not change in the slightest. The episode that happened because of their sect master made him, who was a loner but had his own firm beliefs and principles, feel ashamed and disdainful. At that moment, although his battle intent was rising, he did not have the heart to fight. He had already made his decision. Even if he was a direct descendant of the Floating Mist sect, he still made his decision. Time passed by minute by minute. The more Wu Ruochen fought, the more frustrated he became. Chen Hao's every attack seemed to hit him where it hurt. Even though he clearly had the advantage in terms of strength, he was still suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. No, if this drags on, I won't be able to turn the tables. Wu Ruochen instantly made a decision. At this point, if he still did not want to reveal his strongest move, he would face defeat. Being unable to unleash his aura and being completely suppressed by his opponent was the greatest taboo for a swordsman. Roar! With a loud roar, Wu Ruochen suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. The vital essence in his body immediately circulated wildly. Carrying the most powerful saber will, he unleashed a powerful attack regardless of the cost. At the same time, his body suddenly flew backward. Boom! After Chen Hao broke Wu Ruochen's attack with his sword, he did not immediately chase after him. Instead, he stared at Wu Ruochen from afar, his eyes releasing an even stronger battle intent. Chen Hao, let's settle this in one move. I didn't expect you to be so strong that you forced me to use my final trump card. Wu Ruochen stared at Chen Hao from a distance of 1,000 feet and said coldly. As he spoke, his aura suddenly soared at a terrifying speed. The energy of heaven and earth in the entire arena began to churn at this moment. This scene made everyone hold their breaths. Anyone could see that Wu Ruochen was about to use his strongest move, his final trump card. As for the motionless Chen Hao, his expression at this moment was very strange. This was because his aura did not soar at all, and he did not look like he was about to condense his ultimate move. What was even stranger was that it felt like he was struggling with something and was even a little hesitant. Forget it, Chen Hao was indeed hesitating. Of course, this was only a matter of a moment. If he was slow, it would be too late. Whoosh! Without any warning, Chen Hao's figure flashed and closed the distance of 1,000 feet. At this time, the crowd caught sight of Chen Hao, who was flying quickly in the void. He made a thrusting posture toward Wu Ruochen, who was still 9,000 feet away. His whole body was surrounded by dimensional vortexes, so no one could sense the aura of his sword. However, everyone was surprised. At such a long distance, did Chen Hao want to interrupt his ultimate move like Meng Lang did in the previous battle? In the instant of the electric sparks, Chen Hao's figure flashed again and moved another 1,000 feet. His thrusting posture had also advanced half a foot. There were only 8,000 feet left. Wu Ruochen, who was condensing his strongest attack, frantically urged the vital essence in his body to circulate in a mysterious and strange route. Seeing Chen Hao approaching quickly, it was impossible for him not to be nervous. After all, Meng Lang was a lesson learned from his mistakes. It was also because of this lesson that Wu Ruochen deliberately pulled the distance to 3,000 feet. In his opinion, 3,000 feet was enough for him to condense his strongest ultimate move. 7,000 feet. 6,000 feet. 5,000 feet. 4,000 feet. Chen Hao's figure flashed rhythmically. In the same instant, in the same 1,000 feet, his thrusting posture would advance a little every time he appeared. In fact, in the entire martial arts arena, except for the masters on the rostrum, the majority of the people in the arena could not see clearly and did not know what was going on. However, Chu Qingtian, Xia Yuyu, Gu Xing, and Leng Yihan were able to see. Moreover, the expressions of the four people were obviously very different. Chu Qingtian looked at Chen Hao with disdain and ridicule. Gu Xing only frowned. Xia Yuyu and Leng Yihan, on the other hand, were a little worried. Because, judging from Wu Ruochen's aura, it was obvious that when Chen Hao was just 1,000 feet away from Wu Ruochen, he would be able to condense his ultimate move. In other words, Chen Hao would not be able to stop him in time. What did that mean? It meant that Chen Hao, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, could only take Wu Ruochen's strongest attack without condensing his ultimate move. 3,000 feet. Wu Ruochen was also calculating Chen Hao's time and speed. At this moment, he was about to succeed. His expression shone with extreme disdain and excitement. He knew that he would definitely be the winner of this battle, and Chen Hao, this idiot, would definitely be seriously injured. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that Chen Hao would appear 2,000 feet away from Wu Ruochen, a sharp sword light that contained a terrifying whirlpool that seemed to want to swallow the world appeared within 10 feet of Wu Ruochen without warning. Boom! 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 Ah! Accompanied by a series of exclamations, an unbelievable scene appeared. Wu Ruochen, whose aura was already so powerful that it shocked everyone, was actually in an even worse state than Meng Lang back then. He didn't even have time to react before Chen Hao, who was one with the sword, broke through the layers of true essence barriers and directly pierced through his stomach. What was even more unexpected was that after Chen Hao withdrew his sword, his figure followed like a shadow and caught up to Wu Ruochen who was flying backwards. He stomped on Wu Ruochen's chest, and like 1,000 pounds of gold, he landed on the arena that was full of sword marks with a bang. Idiot, do you really think my speed is that little? A cold, mocking, and arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Hao, who was stepping on Wu Ruochen's pig head, whose stomach and mouth were spurting blood like a dead pig. They could not describe their feelings. The entire martial arts practice field was silent and sluggish. Those who did not know what was going on only saw the result. As for those who clearly saw the lightning sparks in that instant, they were all horrified and moved. No one expected Chen Hao to use his intelligence to deceive everyone's eyes and senses in such a pinnacle battle. Of course, this was also the reason why Chen Hao did not display his true speed. In that short moment of sparks, Chen Hao completed an extremely precise plan, which made Wu Ruochen think that Chen Hao was retarded. In his excitement, he did not even manage to react as Meng Lang did, and was stepped on by Chen Hao. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chu Qingtian, who was waiting for Chen Hao to make a fool of himself, finally opened his eyes wide. His heart was filled with boundless shock. Not only was he shocked by Chen Hao's despicable and shameless actions, but he was even more shocked by Chen Hao's speed. Yes, it was speed. It had to be said that Chen Hao was able to deceive everyone's eyes not because of how intelligent he was. It was because he hit it too well. No one expected Chen Hao's speed to reach such an unbelievable level. After all, Chen Hao's speed had already reached the level of an expert in the incarnation realm when he was a few hundred meters ahead. How could it suddenly increase by 3 times? What a pervert! Lang Yihan, who was originally filled with worry, murmured with a smile that even he himself didn't realize was so charming. Yeah, he's really a pervert. Hearing Lang Yihan's slightly changed voice, Xia Yuyu looked at Lang Yihan. This look made Xia Yuyu's eyes widen. She shivered on behalf of Chen Hao and murmured the same words. However, only the little girl herself knew who she was referring to as a pervert. What an interesting little guy. On the rostrum, the female immortal stared at Chen Hao. Her eyes did not hide her admiration for Chen Hao as she thought to herself. Even she did not expect such an ending. Chapter 332. Chen Hao. Chen Hao wins. Star-picking sect wins. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, the referee finally realized his duty. With a trembling voice, he announced the result of the match. Wu Ruochen, who looked like a dead pig, was taken back by the Sky Sword Sect's disciples. The hole in his stomach, the bloody pig head, and the fact that Chen Hao had purposely stepped on him so hard that he no longer resembled a human, made the disciples of the Sky Sword Sect wish they could find a hole to crawl into. The buzzing sounds of discussion were extremely ear-piercing. However, the members of the dignified Rank 9 sect, who used to be arrogant, did not even dare to let out a fart at this moment. When Chen Hao jumped down from the ring and flew to the contestant area, the star-picking sect's disciples cheered excitedly. Helian Wuzi and Tan Tai Lien hugged each other excitedly, their faces flushed red. Xia Lanlan, Duan Yufei, and the others who were sitting with Helian Wuzi and Tan Tai Lian also looked happy, but they did not dare to shout out loud. The last 3 rounds of the sect tournament became boring. When the sky was completely dark, the curtains finally came to an end. The star-picking sect's momentum skyrocketed as they obtained a complete victory. The top 20 contestants were determined on the spot based on the performance of all the disciples. For example, Zhao Yuanqing and the others who had never had the chance to fight were only nominated, but no one dared to challenge them in their groups. Each group had 2 people. Among the top 10 ninth-ranked sects, except for the 2 groups that Chen Hao and Leng Yihan were in, where only one person from the Sky Sword sect and the Piao Miao sect made it into the top 20, the other 8 ninth-ranked sects all had 2 people. 18 of the top 20 spots were occupied. Even so, it was the first time in hundreds of years that a non-ninth grade sect's disciple entered the top 20. These 2 people were Leng Yihan and Chen Hao. Leng Yihan led the 10,000 Pill Pavilion and broke the unshakable legend of the Sky Sword sect. Chen Hao led the star-picking sect and created a legend. The legend of 10 people from a 3rd grade sect defeating nearly 200 people from a 9th grade sect. That night, countless cultivators in Dongxian City gathered in restaurants, teahouses, and other places of various sizes. Countless cultivators also swarmed into merchant guilds of various sizes to participate in the bets for the top 20. Chen Hao and Leng Yihan, who had not been favored, had improved tremendously. This was especially so for Chen Hao, who was second only to Chu Qingtian and Xia Yuyu. Even Gu Xing was pushed aside under Chen Hao. Leng Yihan, on the other hand, was at the same level as Gu Xing and Wu Ruochen. Of course, this was because Leng Yihan was valued by the female immortal master. Otherwise, although Leng Yihan's performance was terrifying, it was only in terms of recovery and endurance. The absolute combat power he displayed was still far from Wu Ruochen and Chen Hao's. After returning to the monastery, Yuan Tai ran, the 4 grand elders, and all the disciples gathered in the main hall. Naturally, they could not avoid praising Chen Hao, Helian Wuzi, Tan Tai Lian, and all the other star-picking sect disciples. It had to be said that Yuan Tairan was very satisfied with everyone's performance today. Moreover, Yuan Tairan and the 4 grand elders could clearly feel that there was a cohesive force in everyone's bodies that the star-picking sect disciples had never had before. Alright, you can all go back. After this intersect competition, I believe that you have all learned a lot. Use these 3 days to consolidate it. If you want to go out for a walk, don't worry. The Immortal Master has already spoken, and I believe that they will not dare to act recklessly. Chen Hao, you stay. I will take you to the Myriad Pill Pavilion. Yes, Sect Master. Hearing the Sect Master's words, the others left one after another. Indeed, as the Sect Master had said, all of them had gained a lot. The top 20 competition had nothing to do with them. Only Chen Hao would participate. But that was still 3 days later. These 3 days were undoubtedly the best time for them to consolidate their understanding. Sect Master, I won't go, right? After everyone left, Chen Hao said with some difficulty, I have to compete in 3 days. I have to cultivate quickly. I gained a lot today, we will be back soon. We won't delay your cultivation. Although the Myriad Pill Pavilion's pavilion master was implicated today, he clearly helped us at the time. Moreover, he didn't do it because of the star-picking sect, but because of your relationship with Leng Yihan. Of course, he also saw your potential and talent. Although the Immortal Master suppressed it in the end, we should still pay him a visit and thank him. Besides, Yuan Tairan paused for a moment, then stopped hiding and continued, today, we completely broke off relations with the Sky Sword sect. Although it's nothing for now, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any problems in the future. The Sky Sword sect is a 9th-rank sect. Even if the Immortal Master reprimanded them, their foundation and strength are still there. They won't be wiped out. Our star-picking sect situation will be very difficult in the future. Moreover, the Myriad Pill Pavilion has the Immortal Master's token, and is a peak 7th rank sect. It's very possible. Do you understand what I mean? Alright, Chen Hao replied. Since Yuan Tairan had said so, no matter how unwilling Chen Hao was, he could only go. After the two of them arrived at the courtyard of the Myriad Pill Pavilion, although they were personally welcomed by the Myriad Pill Pavilion's pavilion master, they only sat for a short while before taking their leave. Firstly, Chen Hao wanted to cultivate, and secondly, there were too many people who came to visit. Yuan Tairan couldn't help but sigh. The snobbishness of the cultivation world was definitely greater than that of the secular world. Fortunately, the Myriad Pill Pavilion's pavilion master was clearly much more enthusiastic towards Yuan Tairan and Chen Hao, especially Chen Hao. Even the sect masters present were full of praise for Chen Hao. Chen Hao responded calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. He didn't have the slightest bit of pride and arrogance that a young man should have. This made everyone praise Chen Hao even more in their hearts. Little did they know that this guy had enjoyed countless praises in his previous life. This little bit of praise was really nothing. He accepted it as a matter of course. Fortunately for Chen Hao, Leng Yihan had already entered the state of cultivation. After hearing about Leng Yihan's situation from Xia Yuyu today, Chen Hao felt like avoiding him like a snake or scorpion. If he could avoid him, he really didn't want to see him. Chen Hao, let's go to the Ling Tian sect again. To Chen Hao's surprise, Yuan Tairan suddenly said this when the two of them had just walked out of the Myriad Pill Pavilion's courtyard. Cough cough. Sect Master, I'm not going to the Ling Tian sect. Chen Hao actually refused directly. What's wrong? The Ling Tian sect has helped you a lot. Previously, because of Fan Fong, they came out once. Today, if it weren't for the pavilion master's token, Xia Lingfeng would have helped you. He helped me. Did he? Chen Hao was slightly stunned. Of course. Why would I lie to you? I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me. When the Heaven Sword sect accused you, I was indeed timid. Even if I wanted to come out, I didn't dare to speak so decisively. This was because I knew that once there was a conflict, it could mean the star-picking sect's annihilation. I couldn't joke about the countless lives and thousands of years of foundation of the star-picking sect. The reason I dared to do that was because Sect Master Xia hinted that he would support me. No matter what, you should pay him a visit, right? No. He should be the one paying me a visit. Sect Master, forgive me for not being able to comply. Chen Hao frowned slightly and pondered for a while, but he still said resolutely. Obviously, there was no room for negotiation. What he said shocked Yuan Tairan so much that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Let the sect master of a 9th grade sect pay him a visit? Cough cough. Don't tell me you have a grudge with the Ling Tian sect. Or are you prejudiced against Sect Master Xia? It's not a grudge. I'm definitely prejudiced. Sect Master, there's no room for discussion. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I'll go back first. Gasp. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and left quickly, leaving behind a stunned Yuan Tairan. How could this brat have anything to do with the sect master of the Ling Tian sect? How could he be prejudiced against him? Yuan Tairan shook his head and could not figure it out. He could only pay him a visit himself. How, Chen Hao had just appeared at the entrance of the star-picking sect's courtyard when he heard the affectionate call. It almost made Chen Hao jump. You. Why are you here? Looking at the figure in front of him, Chen Hao asked in surprise. This was not a clone but the real Xia Yuyu. Why? Don't you welcome me? It's not just Yuyu who's here, hee. What do you mean? Chen Hao was slightly stunned and immediately released his powerful perception. However, he could not capture any aura. To be exact, the entire courtyard hall was enveloped by a mysterious aura that blocked all probing auras. You'll find out later. Let's go. Xia Yuyu took the initiative and directly pulled Chen Hao to the courtyard hall. Chen Hao frowned slightly and his expression became a little awkward. Could it be that the old man really came to visit him? When he thought of this, Chen Hao's expression changed instantly. Fuck, I don't care if you're Yuyu's grandfather. You dared to look down on me back then, so don't expect me to be nice to you today. If it wasn't for Yuyu being reasonable, considerate, gentle, obedient, and lovable. I'm not Chen Hao if I don't ruthlessly trample on you back. Although it seemed like he still did not have the ability to trample on you, there would be a day when he would. This was something that Chen Hao firmly believed. Just as Chen Hao and Xia Yuyu were about to enter the courtyard hall, Yuan Tairan also hurried back. The instant he saw Chen Hao, this old man's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. He transmitted, "Brat, no matter what, a grand 9th rank sect master has brought his precious granddaughter here. Can't you give him some face? A 3rd rank sect, a 9th rank sect, personally coming to visit us. I, Yuan Tairan, don't have that face. Yuyu, quickly come in." At the same time, Yuan Tairan said to Xia Yuyu in an intimate manner. "Greetings, Sect Master Yuan." Xia Yuyu smiled and bowed. Good, brother Xia, I was just about to pay my respects to you, but I didn't expect you to come instead. How can I not feel embarrassed?" When Yuan Tairan saw the door open, he hastily rushed in and cupped his fists. Chen Hao and Xia Yuyu also walked in and saw the 4 elders respectfully standing in front of Xia Lingfeng. There's no need to be polite. Yuyu, this little girl, just had to drag this old man here, haha. Xia Lingfeng stroked his beard and laughed. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Chen Hao who was being pulled by Xia Yuyu. Although his old face did not show anything, his heart was tangled. This stinking brat, a grand 9th rank sect master, specially came here. I've already made way for you by several streets, and you're still giving me attitude. If it weren't for Yuyu's face, if it weren't for the ranking competition in 3 days. Chapter 334. Aren't you going to greet sect leader Xia? Yuan Tairan said to Chen Hao awkwardly. Chen Hao frowned. He didn't even look at Xia Lingfeng. He didn't bend his waist. Instead, he raised his head slightly. He straightened his neck and cupped his fists. He didn't even say a word. Even so, he was still grumbling in his heart, if it wasn't for Yuyu's sake, why would I bow to you? Cough cough. Brother Xia, this boy has always been like this. Please don't lower yourself to his level, it's fine, it's fine. Although Xia Lingfeng said so, he looked at Chen Hao and said, Boy, it seems like you're still holding a grudge against the old man because of what happened back then. What's past is past. What's the point of talking about it? Chen Hao said coldly when he heard Xia Lingfeng's words. Xia Yuyu smiled sweetly and did not interrupt. As for Yuan Tairan and the 3 elders, they were all stunned. Although Yuan Tairan had guessed that Chen Hao had a grudge with the Ling Tian sect, he did not expect it to be with Xia Lingfeng. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. How could they have crossed paths? All right. Then, old man won't be long-winded with you. You just have to put yourself in his shoes. You're really stubborn. Also, the old man came today because of you. Don't think that he's giving in. Brother Yuan, the old man has just told the 3 elders about the ranking competition in 3 days. This is the information that the Ling Tian sect found. Take it. That's all. Brother Yuan, the old man will leave first. This, Yuyu, come with me. Xia Lingfeng said as he pulled Xia Yuyu and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Cough cough. Boy, what's going on? Yuan Tai Ran looked at Chen Hao and asked. His intuition told him that it must have something to do with Xia Yuyu. Especially when Xia Lingfeng said that he was doing it because of Yuyu, it shocked Yuan Tai Ran even more. What did that mean? It was because the relationship between Chen Hao and Xia Yuyu was very, very good. Thinking about how Xia Yuyu had been sitting with Chen Hao for the past few days, he was even more certain. Also, he knew about the conflict between Chen Hao and Wu Ruochen. It was just that he didn't dare to think too deeply about it. Sect Master, what's there to ask about such trivial matters? Chen Hao said. It's such a trivial matter, yet you're giving the dignified sect leader of a 9th-rank sect a hard time. Tell me what happened. Do you and Xia Yuyu also have that kind of relationship? Ahem. I'm going to cultivate. Kid, take this with you. It should be information on the top 20. Take a good look. Seeing that Chen Hao was about to slip away, Yuan Tai Ran tossed a book of information that Xia Lingfeng had left behind to Chen Hao. Do you guys think that Chen Hao and Xia Yuyu are together? After Chen Hao left, Yuan Tai Ran looked at the three elders and asked. I think so. That day when Chen Hao and Wu Ruochen had a conflict, Xia Yuyu's behavior clearly showed that she has an unusual relationship with Chen Hao. Moreover, the two of them have been sitting together for the past few days. And just now, did you see how intimate the two of them were? They even did it in front of her grandfather. Yes, it should be. No, it must be. When the Ling Tian sect stood up for Chen Hao, I was a little surprised. Although Chen Hao's innate talent was strong, it was only ordinary compared to the genius disciples of 9th-rank sects. They shouldn't have paid so much attention to him just because he saved Xia Lanlan and Duan Yufei. Now I understand that it's all because of Xia Yuyu. It's not just because of Xia Yuyu now. Nobody doesn't pay attention to the innate talent that Chen Hao displayed. I'm afraid he'll reach a height that we can't imagine in the future. Otherwise, Xia Lingfeng, the dignified sect leader of a 9th-rank sect, wouldn't give in to a little guy like him. He wouldn't use his precious granddaughter to speak. You must know that Chu Qingtian from the Origin sect and Wu Ruochen from the Heaven Sword sect came to propose marriage, but he didn't agree. It seems like it's true. Moreover, Xia Lingfeng didn't object. Ha! I can't believe that Chen Hao's peach blossom game is so high. This Xia Yuyu is really good. She's innocent, pure, and cute. Her words and actions are casual, and she doesn't hide her reservations at all. She dared to be so intimate with Chen Hao in front of her grandfather and us, but she didn't hide her feelings for Chen Hao at all. This is great. Yuan Tai Ran said excitedly as he stroked his beard. Phew, after entering the cultivation room, Chen Hao had a comfortable and proud smile on his face as he let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally gotten back some interest for being able to drive that old man away in anger. Chen Hao's divine will poured into the information jade slip that Xia Lingfeng had left behind. It contained detailed information about Chu Qingtian, Gu Xing, Wu Ruochen, and the other disciples of the rank 9 sects who had made it into the top 20. This information was undoubtedly impossible for the Zhai Xing sect to find out, because it contained the secret techniques and hidden abilities that each person might have cultivated. Although it was impossible to find out all the trump cards of each person, it still listed the secret techniques that they might have cultivated, as well as the characteristics and powers of the secret techniques. Moreover, what surprised Chen Hao was that every time Xia Lingfeng introduced a secret technique, he would simulate the aura and mysteries of the technique in Chen Hao's mind. He would also specifically explain how to deal with an absolute difference in strength. Although this old man didn't mention Chen Hao's name from the beginning to the end, he was very dedicated to Chen Hao. Apart from that, he also specifically reminded him of the dangers of the top 20 ranking competition, especially the Yuan Gate, Sky Sword sect, and Floating Mist sect's possible actions against Chen Hao. This goodwill was more sincere than him personally coming over just now. Forget it, I can't go overboard. After all, he is Yu Yu's grandfather, and the main culprit is Yu Yu's father. If he hadn't stopped me, I would have been finished. Chen Hao thought to himself after he finished reading the information in the jade slip. Then, he said, the most important thing is that Chu Qingtian actually asked me to give up. It seems like even he can't estimate Chu Qingtian's hidden abilities. Also, the Yuan Gate's essence energy empowerment. I want to see how strong Chu Qingtian is. The essence energy empowerment can at most raise that fellow to the peak of the avatar stage, the same level as Yu Yu, right? As for the lack of rules, I prefer it. After taking a deep breath, Chen Hao waved his sword in his mind and cut off all distracting thoughts. He immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. Yuan Gate, Chu Qingtian's cultivation room. Qingtian, it's up to you this time. You have already reached the peak of the middle stage of the avatar stage. I will use 100 years of my cultivation to help you this time, and it will definitely raise you to the peak of the late stage. Furthermore, it won't affect your future cultivation. That immortal supremacy has already expressed his dissatisfaction with our Yuan Gate, and it's because of Lang Yihan and Chen Hao. The top 20 ranking competition is a competition that truly concerns your own destiny. It's not like the group competition where there are restrictions. Therefore, you have to remember that a dead genius is no longer a genius. When you display your true abilities, I believe that immortal supremacy will change. Don't worry, sect leader. I, Chu Qingtian, will never allow anyone to surpass me. As long as they have the ability to meet me, I guarantee that they will die. Not to mention that sect leader will help me raise my cultivation to the peak of the late stage. Even now, I am confident. You just have to deal with the judge, and don't interfere too early. That's good. I'll take your confidence as absolute. Ha. I believe that we are not the only ones who will deal with the judge. Sky Sword Sect and Floating Mist Sect are even worse off than us. Let's begin. Floating Mist Sect. The same scene happened in Gu Xing's cultivation room. However, the Floating Mist sect leader did not forcefully raise Gu Xing's cultivation level, but what he said was more or less the same as the Yuan Gate leader. A dead genius was no longer a genius. As long as he could defeat Chen Hao and Lang Yihan as much as possible in the top 20 ranking competition before the immortal supremacy announces, it would be even better if he could kill them. This would more or less solve the sect's crisis. This was something that the Yuan Gate leader had thought of, and so had he. It was just that they did not have the Yuan Gate's method of forcefully raising their disciples' cultivation level, so he could only let Gu Xing try his best. After all, Chen Hao's combat strength had already surpassed Wu Ruoqin's. Although it was because of his wisdom that he won by a fluke, it had to be said that Chen Hao was very strong. Whether Gu Xing could defeat him was still a question. However, he did not know that Gu Xing, who had always been a man of few words, shook his head lightly after he left, and a look of disdain flashed across his cold face. Sky Sword Sect Side Courtyard, Wu Ruoqin's cultivation room. Wu Ruoqin, who was severely injured by Chen Hao, was now naked, and his body was emitting a crimson light, as if he was wrapped in layers of flames. This aura was clearly the holy healing medicine, the Nirvana pill. After a full hour, when the Nirvana pill's medicinal power was completely refined by Wu Ruoqin, and his wounds were completely healed, a dense aura suddenly rose from his body. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire cultivation room surged wildly, and it lasted for a full 2 hours before this dense aura disappeared. Wu Ruoqin slowly opened his eyes, and 2 sharp rays of light shone out. His face was filled with extreme surprise, and he said, "Late-stage incarnation realm. The Nirvana pill is indeed a holy healing medicine. Not only did it completely heal my injuries, but it also allowed me to break through my limits. My strength has probably increased by a full 40%. It's enough, it's enough. As he spoke, Wu Ruochen's face began to distort strangely, and it became extremely gloomy and filled with monstrous anger. Chen Hao, I will make you pay for the humiliation today 100 times, 1,000 times. If you didn't use despicable means, how could you be my opponent? And now, I've improved. Ha ha ha. There are no rules in the top 20. If I, Wu Ruochen, don't smash you into pieces, I swear I'm not human. 3 days later. The fiery red sun emitted thousands of rays of golden light, and poured down on the incomparably huge martial arts practice field. At this moment, the martial arts practice field, which was hundreds of miles in radius, was already filled with a sea of people. The buzzing sounds of discussion and disputes were incessant, and they were like flies that filled every corner of the martial arts practice field. The competition had not yet started, and the audience had already started to fight. Obviously, the topic of the dispute was who would be the 4 great young masters this year, and what the ranking of the 4 great young masters was, and so on, the questions that everyone was most concerned about. First update. Chapter 335. It can't be. The peak of the late stage of the embodiment realm. What a powerful aura. Chu Qingtian attracted everyone's attention the moment he arrived at the martial arts practice field. All of them widened their eyes in shock. Obviously, no one expected Chu Qingtian, who was still at the peak of the middle stage of the embodiment realm 3 days ago, to be at the peak of the late stage of the embodiment realm now. I knew that the Yuan Gate would do this, but I didn't expect Chu Qingtian to be able to raise his cultivation by an entire level. That's impressive. It seems like he has a greater chance of getting first place. Xia Yuyu shouldn't be his match. The sect leader of the rank 9 sect was different from the rest. The Yuan Gate's origin essence empowerment technique was top secret. However, they knew about it. They had guessed that the sect leader of the Yuan Gate would sacrifice his cultivation to help Chu Qingtian under Xia Yuyu's threat. However, no one expected Chu Qingtian to be able to raise his cultivation from the peak of the middle stage to the peak of the late stage. Xia Lingfeng looked at Chu Qingtian with a hint of depression and helplessness. He was the one who understood Yuyu's true strength the most. Before Chu Qingtian appeared, he still had a glimmer of hope. However, it seemed like Xia Yuyu wasn't Chu Qingtian's match. Although Xia Yuyu's talent was high, and her battle prowess was also extremely powerful, without the advantage of strength, she was undoubtedly lacking in battle experience. Moreover, Xia Yuyu had never experienced any life or death situations since she was young. Xia Lingfeng couldn't be sure about her ability to withstand pressure and counterattack in adversity. He actually reached the peak of the late stage of the embodiment realm. How, if you meet him, you have to be extra careful. Yuyu knows that you won't listen to grandfather, but, it's better to be careful. Xia Yuyu transmitted her voice to Chen Hao with a hint of worry on her beautiful face. In 3 days, Chen Hao didn't produce any miracles. His cultivation didn't increase at all. These fellows are all powerful. Chu Qingtian has unleashed the essence energy empowerment technique to the extreme, and the heavily injured Wu Ruochen has advanced to the middle stage of the embodiment realm. This is getting more and more interesting. Chen Hao said with a smile. Interesting? How, you can't be that confident, right? Hearing Chen Hao's words, Xia Yuyu couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Hao and transmit her voice. We'll only know after we fight. You can rest assured. Chen Hao said. How about another bet? At this time, Leng Yihan also turned his head and stared at Chen Hao. The corner of his mouth flashed with strong confidence as he sent a telepathic message, if you win this round, we'll be even. We won't owe each other anything. I couldn't ask for more. What do you want to bet? Chen Hao turned to Leng Yihan. Let's bet on whether I can defeat Wu Ruochen. Ahem. Hearing Lang Yihan's words, Chen Hao was a little dumbfounded. How do we bet? That's between the two of you. It has nothing to do with me, right? Why don't you bet on our rankings, or on our battle? If I defeat Wu Ruochen, then I win. If I lose, it's my loss, and we're even. Lang Yihan ignored Chen Hao's question and said confidently. Seeing Chen Hao's slightly shocked expression, Xia Yuyu frowned slightly, but she didn't know what the two were talking about. If that's the case, okay. I'll bet with you. Chen Hao pondered for a while and said. Wu Ruochen's level had increased. Even he had to be careful when facing him. Although Lang Yihan definitely had some hidden strength, in Chen Hao's opinion, it was still limited. It was unlikely that he could defeat Wu Ruochen. Moreover, Chen Hao couldn't think of any hidden strength that Lang Yihan had that would allow him to defeat Wu Ruochen. The odds of winning and losing were at best 50-50. It was worth a bet. After all, Chen Hao still owed him a promise. Even if he really won, it would just be adding one more. Too many debts, one wouldn't worry. But if he lost, it would be even. But why don't you compete with me? This doesn't fit your personality. Chen Hao said with a little pride. What's there to be proud of? It's only temporary. Wait for me. You'll understand when the time comes. Lang Yihan stopped talking halfway. At 7:00, the female immortal appeared on the main seat on the rostrum punctually. She glanced at the respectful sect leaders and said lightly, "You may begin." The 10-sided arena had already become an incomparably huge arena. The powerful enchantment seal was clearly much stronger than it was during the group stage. When the judge gave the order, Chu Qingtian and a weakling in the top 20 took the stage first. There was no elimination in the top 20 ranking competition. Everyone had to fight with the other 19 people. The order of the matches was directly arranged by the judge based on everyone's performance. Chu Qingtian, Xia Yuyu, Wu Ruochen, Chen Hao, Gu Xing, and Lang Yihan's order of appearance was based on the judge's estimation of their strength. If the contestants hadn't recovered to their peak state before the start of the next match, they could request for a delay. It was very fair. After 14 rounds of matches, a total of 140 matches, Chu Qingtian, Xia Yuyu, and Chen Hao all won, just like the judge's estimation. During this time, no one admitted defeat. Even if they met experts like Chu Qingtian and Xia Yuyu, who they knew were undefeatable, they would still fight with all their strength. After all, this was a chance to perform in front of the female immortal. Even if there was a slight chance of being chosen, they would still fight with all their might. In these 14 rounds of matches, Chu Qingtian and Xia Yuyu's strength was fully displayed. They defeated their opponents easily within 3 moves. Wu Ruochen, Gu Xing, and Lang Yihan also performed well. Although they weren't as good as Chu Qingtian and Xia Yuyu, they won easily. On the contrary, it was Chen Hao who had to waste a lot of time every time. No matter how strong or weak his opponent was, this guy always fought slowly. He didn't have the courage and valiance that he had in the past 2 days, allowing his opponent to unleash their full potential. But in the end, it was always a failure. In everyone's opinion, Chen Hao must be hiding his trump card. Also, it was because his cultivation was too low that he used such a fighting method. However, some sharp-eyed experts noticed that Chen Hao was acting strangely. This guy didn't treat the competition as a competition at all. He treated it as a battle to train himself. It had to be said that because of his cultivation, when he didn't use his trump card, he couldn't defeat anyone easily. After these 14 rounds of difficult battles, Chen Hao's control and utilization of his strength had obviously improved by a level. However, only a few people could see it. In the 15th round, the exciting match that everyone was waiting for finally arrived. First round, Chu Qingtian vs Lang Yihan. Whoosh! As the referee's voice rang out, the dull martial arts arena finally became lively for the first time. It couldn't be helped. The previous matches were all about the strong versus the weak, or the weak versus the weak that not many people paid attention to. At this moment, the dark horse Leng Yihan and the publicly acknowledged strongest Chu Qingtian appeared. At least it was more interesting. Leng Yihan will definitely lose against Chu Qingtian. I wonder if Chu Qingtian can finish the match in 3 moves. Or does Leng Yihan have an even stronger trump card? It's possible. Leng Yihan is someone that the Immortal Supreme values. He even gave the Immortal Supreme's token. How can such a person be so simple? However, it's obviously impossible for him to win against Chu Qingtian. Let's see how far he can push Chu Qingtian. Many people in the crowd discussed as they looked at Leng Yihan and Chu Qingtian. Leng Yihan took a deep breath and stood up. A cold battle intent rose from his body. Be careful. Don't be ruthlessly attacked by this guy. When Leng Yihan leaped up, Chen Hao hesitated for a moment before reminding him. Chen Hao was more or less conflicted. He avoided Leng Yihan like he was a snake or a scorpion, but deep in his heart, he couldn't see Leng Yihan as an opponent or an enemy. This feeling was very strange. It was so strange that Chen Hao wondered if he really had the tendency to have goosebumps just thinking about it. Leng Yihan's body froze for a moment before he sped up and stepped onto the arena. Chu Qingtian stood with his hands behind his back. The aura around him was no different from the previous matches. It was still dominating and looking down on everyone. However, deep in his eyes, there was a trace of coldness and viciousness that he didn't have when facing others. Feeling the aura on Chu Qingtian's body, Leng Yihan's expression turned serious. He knew very well that even if he exposed all his trump cards, he wouldn't be Chu Qingtian's opponent. Keeping his trump cards to deal with Wu Ruochen and Gu Xing was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Leng Yihan didn't plan to do that. This was because he knew that the abnormal Chen Hao would definitely exceed his expectations again. This was his intuition. When he saw Chen Hao's expression when he saw Chu Qingtian arrive, he understood this. Therefore, he had to force Chu Qingtian to use his trump cards as much as possible. Why don't you use your concealment skills? When the referee announced the start of the match, Chu Qingtian didn't make a move. Instead, he stared at Leng Yihan arrogantly and said with contempt. Why would I need to conceal myself to deal with you? Leng Yihan said with disdain. Is that so? When you're at my level, I might believe you. But now, I'll make you get out of the arena within 10 moves. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qingtian's aura surged violently. He wanted to provoke Leng Yihan, but he didn't dare to be too arrogant and vicious. After all, Leng Yihan's sect was able to obtain the Celestial Supreme token. It was obvious that the Celestial Supreme valued Leng Yihan. More or less, he had to be wary of the Celestial Supreme's feelings. Humph. Then let's try. Clang. Leng Yihan unsheathed his sword. The dazzling lightning sword light suddenly lit up the entire arena. Whoosh! At this moment, the entire arena was filled with exclamations and gasps. Everyone stared at Leng Yihan with wide eyes. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Did I sense it wrongly? Everyone, including the elder on the rostrum, asked in disbelief. Second update. Today's condition is really bad. The plot is about to turn. Wu Shan has a lot to think about. The speed is very slow. I'm screwing up. Wu Shan continued to write. If he can finish before 12, he will update the 3rd chapter. I suggest that everyone wait. Wu Shan can't be sure if he can finish before 12. You can read it tomorrow. Also, I'm shamelessly asking for monthly votes and subscriptions. Wu Shan is really working hard, but his speed is too slow. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Chapter 336. The Legendary Destruction Sword Principle. It must be. The Destruction Sword Principle. A sword principle genius who comprehended the destruction sword principle actually appeared in our eastern continent. No wonder Lang Yihan was chosen by the celestial venerable first. The destruction sword principle is extremely rare even in the powerful central continent, let alone our eastern continent. The buzz of discussion on the rostrum was even more shocking than the cultivators in the audience. After all, although there was no lack of experts among the cultivators in the audience, there were very few who could recognize the aura of the destruction sword principle. Therefore, although many people were shocked by the destruction sword principle that Lang Yihan suddenly emitted, as if he wanted to destroy everything in front of him, they did not know what this aura was. On the rostrum, the sect leader was much more knowledgeable. Even those who had never seen the destruction sword principle could guess from Lang Yihan's aura. How could they not be shocked? But, the most shocked was Chen Hao. It was not a big deal that Lang Yihan revealed his sword essence, and it was not a big deal that he had the destruction sword principle. The destruction sword principle was the sword principle that Chen Shui inherited from the core palace of the Sky City. That was a once-in-a-century Sky City, and it was a relic where the geniuses of the three forces gathered. How much opportunity did one have to obtain it? Moreover, it wasn't something that would appear every time a sky castle appeared. That was impossible. But now, Lang Yihan actually revealed the aura of the destruction sword principle. And it was the third heaven of the sword principle. Is this really a coincidence? Could Lang Yihan be? Impossible. Chen Shui's aura is completely different from his. Moreover, the bloodline aura of a man and a woman are completely different. This can't be fake, right? Chen Hao stared at Lang Yihan in a daze as he thought to himself. No matter what, he did not expect Lang Yihan's hidden trump card to be the destruction sword principle. The destruction sword principle. How, I did not expect that he could comprehend the destruction sword principle. Unfortunately, his sword principle is only at the third heaven, and his cultivation is only at the peak of the early stage incarnation realm. Otherwise, even Chu Qingtian would not be his opponent. I heard grandfather say that the destruction sword principle is one of the four strongest sword principles. It is ranked second with the immortal sword principle and the creation sword principle, second only to the mortal sword principle. Originally, Chen Hao was still immersed in the shock and suspicion brought by Lang Yihan, but Xia Yuyu's sudden voice transmission made him turn his head abruptly to look at Xia Yuyu. Yuyu, what did you say? Didn't you hear? Lang Yihan's destruction sword Dao is very powerful. No, I mean, you said that the secular sword principle is the strongest sword principle? Chen Hao asked in amazement and disbelief. After all, Chen Hao had comprehended the secular sword principle. When his father talked about the attributes of the sword principle, he put it at the end. He could clearly feel that the secular sword principle could not be compared to the destruction sword principle at all, especially the attributes that were out of his control. They seemed to be changing all the time, which made Chen Hao feel that they were useless. But Xia Yuyu actually said that the secular sword Dao was the most powerful. How could Chen Hao not be shocked? That's right. Yuyu heard it from Grandpa. What's wrong? What did your grandpa say? Grandpa said that the secular sword principle is the most powerful because it is the most difficult to comprehend and is ever-changing. It can also be said that it is the combination of various sword principles. The secular sword principle usually refers to the secular world, but it means human emotions, which are various states of mind. The other sword principles, such as the destruction sword principle, can only exert their true power in the state of mind that can destroy everything in the world. The heartless sword principle, on the other hand, needs to be ruthless and cut off all emotions. They are all single and pure states of mind. The secular sword principle, on the other hand, contains thousands of states of mind. You use hidden ability is the heartless sword principle, hee. Ahem. Is the secular sword principle really so powerful? Heartless. You said that you cultivated the heartless sword principle. Yes, so you mean that you can only cultivate it if you have a heartless state of mind? And as your realm increases, it will become more and more. Theoretically, yes, hee. How, are you worried about Yu? Don't worry. Although Yu cultivated the heartless sword principle, Yu felt that it didn't affect her at all. That state of mind would only appear when she was in battle. Moreover, being heartless doesn't mean that she has to be heartless. In fact, the classification of sword principles is just a general direction. Different cultivators, even if they comprehended the same sword principle, would eventually evolve into their own sword principles. They are the same, but there are small differences. Alright, let's watch the match. At this time, Leng Yihan and Chu Qingtian had already started their battle. The destruction sword essence was wreaking havoc in the entire arena. Every sword light contained a chilling destruction aura. The terrifying space and lightning profound mysteries were also present, complementing each other. Chen Hao's eyes were fixed on Leng Yihan. He wanted to find something on Leng Yihan, who was in battle mode, but his powerful soul perception was still unable to find anything, since he's comprehended the destruction sword Dao and possesses the profundities of space and lightning. It isn't strange. It seems like these two elemental energies are the foundation for the comprehension of the destruction sword Dao. Chen Hao pondered in his heart, and then he started to seriously observe and analyze the battle between the two of them. Chu Qingtian's strength was without a doubt. It was also within Chen Hao's expectations. Although Leng Yihan had displayed the legendary destruction sword principle, he did not have the upper hand at all. The difference in realm and the difference in absolute power was a fatal flaw. However, it was obviously impossible for Chu Qingtian to defeat Leng Yihan quickly. Moreover, what surprised Chen Hao was that Leng Yihan did not seem to have any intention of fighting for a long time. Every move was extremely violent, and he would rather be injured than continue to attack. It was as if he was forcing Chu Qingtian to risk his life. This did not make sense. How, he knows that he is going to lose. He should not have exposed his destruction sword principle. Moreover, he seems to be forcing Chu Qingtian to use his ultimate move. If he did not expose it, even if he met Gu Xing or Wu Ruochen, he could still win by surprise. This is really strange. Do you think he is doing this for you? Hee. The innocent and cute Xia Yu was extremely intelligent. Her cultivation realm was also high, so she naturally saw through Leng Yihan's current thoughts. Although it was said jokingly, Xia Yu knew that it was very likely that this was Leng Yihan's true thoughts. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to reveal his ultimate move in a battle that he was going to lose. Don't talk nonsense. He is so good to me. If one day, I really have that kind of inclination, let's see if you can still joke about it. Focus on the battle. Maybe he is doing this for you, as if. Xia Yu's lips curled up. After objecting, she did not say anything else. Her mind was immersed in the battle between the two. In the huge arena. Leng Yihan did not care about the blood at the corner of his mouth. He fiercely closed in on Chu Qingtian. At the same time, he stabbed out with the mid-tier spiritual sword that clearly contained the power of lightning. Streaks of blue lightning spun wildly under the mysteries of the space attribute. Like a whirlpool, the terrifying sword light that contained the destruction sword intent blasted towards Chu Qingtian. Humph. Break for me. Chu Qingtian had unknowingly put on a black gold glove. The glove was covered with exquisite and mysterious runes. His right hand drew an arc in front of him and punched towards Leng Yihan's terrifying sword light. Boom boom boom. The sword light was extinguished, and the fist shadow was shattered. At this time, Leng Yihan followed up with 3 consecutive strikes. Each strike was more violent than the last, and each strike was faster than the last. Even the space vibrated violently, as if it was being torn apart. The sword aura was even more terrifying. After the 3 strikes, Leng Yihan's body suddenly exploded. An even more terrifying sword aura condensed on his body. His expression was cold, and his gaze was firm and stubborn. He seemed to be using all his strength. The energy around his body was instantly pushed to the limit. The corner of his mouth trembled violently, and another stream of blood was forced out. Whoosh! The 5th level of the chaotic lightning sword, Sky Piercer. Chen Hao was slightly moved when he saw Leng Yihan condense this sword aura with great difficulty. He knew very well that the chaotic lightning sword was Chen Shui's specialty. Chen Shui had only cultivated the 5th level of Sky Piercer. But Leng Yihan was able to condense Sky Piercer while pressuring Chu Qingtian with his sword aura. This was something that Chen Shui could not do. At least, when Chen Hao and Chen Shui were separated, Chen Shui could not do it. So strong. Leng Yihan is actually so strong. This is much stronger than the battle between Chen Hao and Wu Ruochen. It's a pity that Chu Qingtian is too strong. If Leng Yihan could hide his strength, he could definitely win if he used this technique against Wu Ruochen and Gu Xing. Good. Since you forced me, Chu Qingtian, to this extent, I'll fulfill your wish. Fist of shattering mountains and rivers. Chu Qingtian sensed the terrifying killing move contained in Leng Yihan's continuous attacks. His expression finally changed. The viciousness in the depths of his eyes were well hidden, but at this moment, a trace of it flashed as he used one of his killing moves. He did not use his killing move because he wanted to make the battle between him and Leng Yihan go out of control. And now, the time had come. Fist of shattering mountains and rivers was one of Chu Qingtian's strongest techniques. Under the effect of the upper-class spiritual weapon, the black gold trap, it could triple the combat power. He believed that this punch was enough to kill Leng Yihan. The premise was that the referee did not have the time to save him. Of course, he believed that the sect leader had already dealt with the referee. Moreover, even if someone had doubts in such a short time, they would not be able to find anything. After all, it was very difficult for the referee to estimate whether this move could kill the opponent. Without absolute confidence, he could not easily interfere. After all, the winner had not been decided yet. Once interrupted, what if the person who was saved was not convinced? Following Chu Qingtian's punch, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 feet started to roll violently. A huge but condensed fist broke through the air, bringing with it a terrifying fist intent that could destroy mountains and rivers. The strong, domineering, and terrifying aura caused waves of exclamations in the martial arts arena. Everyone stared at the arena nervously and held their breaths. Everyone knew that this move would determine the winner. Just based on the aura alone, everyone knew that Leng Yihan was going to lose, and it might be a very tragic loss. Third update. Finally made it. Wushan will continue to work hard tomorrow. Please give me a subscription and monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 337. Rumble, space was distorted, and heaven and earth shook. The entire arena was engulfed by the terrifying energy storm. No one could see where Leng Yihan and Chu Qingtian were. They could only see Chu Qingtian's giant fist that pierced through heaven and earth and shattered the void. It destroyed all of Leng Yihan's sword light, and its momentum did not decrease. It crashed into the powerful barrier of the arena, causing it to protrude a few hundred feet outwards. It was on the verge of collapsing. The power of one punch was terrifying. The entire arena, especially the disciples, elders, and even the sect master of the 10,000 pill pavilion, had a huge change in expression. Their faces were filled with fear as they stared at the turbulent energy in the arena. It was silent. As the dust and energy gradually dissipated, Chu Qingtian's domineering figure that looked down on all living beings and stood proudly in the void gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The referee, who did not seem to have any clues, was standing in the middle of the arena. His expression was calm as he gestured for Chu Qingtian to stop the fight with one hand. His gaze was fixed on the corner of the arena where the dust had not yet dissipated. Gradually, a tragic figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His entire body was covered in blood, as if he had just jumped out of a blood pool. His clothes were ragged, and his face was covered in blood. Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. His aura was also extremely weak, and it was obvious that he had lost all battle power. However, this figure's gaze was still as sharp as a sword, shining with a cold light. Under everyone's gaze, Leng Yihan stood up shakily. Chu Qingtian wins. The referee immediately announced Chu Qingtian's victory. Hiss. Just as the 10,000 Pill Pavilion's first elder was about to pick up Leng Yihan, who was obviously severely injured and on the verge of death, suddenly turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the arena. When he reappeared, he was already beside Chen Hao. Everyone stared at him in a daze, even Chu Qingtian's eyes widened in shock. How was this possible? With one of his strongest trump cards, how could he not die? It was fine if he did not die, but with such heavy injuries, how could he still have the strength to use such a strange concealment technique? This little girl, good job. The female immortal venerable's eyes were also filled with a faint trace of surprise and admiration. She stared at Leng Yihan, who had directly entered a state of recovery after swallowing the healing pill, and muttered in her heart. It was a glorious defeat. Everyone believed that after today, Leng Yihan, who possessed the destruction sword principle, was destined to soar in the near future. This was because his eyes and determination were telling everyone that such a person possessed an unyielding soul. No one could truly defeat him. He just needed time to grow. Phew, for no reason, Chen Hao, who had been nervous to the extreme, let out a long sigh of relief after seeing Leng Yihan enter the healing state. His handsome face flashed with boundless coldness and sternness. Second match, Xia Yuyu against Gu Xing. The referee's voice suddenly rang out while everyone was still immersed in shock. There was nothing strange about it. In fact, the referee was also greatly relieved. Faced with the threats of the two sect leaders, he did not dare to disagree. However, under such ambiguous circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to see through his actions. But in the end, he still had a guilty conscience. Leng Yihan being able to withstand Chu Qingtian's attack was undoubtedly the best outcome. Voila, Xia Yuyu's appearance immediately caused the young cultivators in the martial arts practice field to boil. It was not only because of Xia Yuyu's strength, but also because of her peerless beauty. She was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in the Eastern continent and was the goddess in the hearts of thousands of young disciples. Although this goddess seemed to have become a little ordinary due to the rumors of her being intimate with Chen Hao, she was still a goddess. Her influence was so great that no one in the top 20 could compare to her. Xia Yuyu, who had stepped onto the stage, had no expression on her beautiful face. Her aura was as calm as water, with a faint aura of transcendence. Her appearance did indeed have the charm to make young disciples go crazy. The only one who was not charmed was Chen Hao. Because in front of Chen Hao, Xia Yuyu was just an inexperienced and naive little girl. Compared to her on the stage, it was a completely different concept. In fact, Xia Yuyu would only show her true side in front of Chen Hao and people she was familiar with. And it was even more impossible for her to be as intimate and unrestrained as she was with Chen Hao to appear in front of men of the same age. After the silent Gu Xing entered the stage, both his expression and aura were extremely serious. Facing Xia Yuyu was no different from facing any other opponent. He was only at the peak of the middle incarnation realm and only knew that he was facing a super genius at the peak of the late incarnation realm. The possibility of winning was not high. He could only fight with all his strength and show his true strength. As for the ranking and the title of the four young masters, he no longer had any illusions. He only needed to sharpen himself in battle. The two did not say anything and directly started the battle. Xia Yuyu's long skirt fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her attacks were swift and fierce, and each of her moves contained a vigorous and terrifying power, which suppressed Gu Xing, whose realm and strength were far inferior to hers. However, Gu Xing was after all a top genius who had been famous in the eastern continent for a long time. His great reputation was indeed hard to live up to. In a completely suppressed state, he also displayed an astonishing battle talent. Especially when he was on the verge of danger, his calmness and outburst made the old man on the rostrum nod repeatedly. Although, it could not change the final result. Xia Yuyu, who did not want to expose her trump card, used more than 10 minutes to take down Gu Xing. This should be Chen Hao and Wu Ruochen's match, right? It must be. This match is going to be exciting. Hee hee. Wu Ruochen was originally a bit depressed after losing. Now that he has improved, how can he not fiercely regain his face? Wu Ruochen's aura is probably more than twice as strong. Look at his expression. I'm afraid he can't wait to crush Chen Hao to death. Ha! Even if this match is not a life and death duel, I'm afraid it's not much different. I just don't know what other trump cards Chen Hao is hiding. If he still wants to use tricks, I'm afraid it's impossible. Unless Wu Ruochen is a pig head. When the victor between Xia Yuyu and Gu Xing was decided, and before the referee could announce the third match, the entire martial arts practice field began to buzz with discussion. Obviously, according to the rules of the referee's arrangement, this match, if nothing unexpected happened, would inevitably be Chen Hao against Wu Ruochen. Enemies meet on a narrow road. How could it not be exciting? What was certain was that the intensity of this battle would definitely be greater than the previous two matches. Moreover, on the surface, Chen Hao's chances of losing were higher. After all, in the last match, Chen Hao used a little trick and did not rely on his real strength to defeat Wu Ruochen. And now, Wu Ruochen had advanced to the late stage of the incarnation realm. His strength had obviously increased by a lot. If he faced Chen Hao again, as long as he was not stupid, his chances of winning would definitely be higher. Of course, this was only on the surface. In everyone's hearts, they faintly felt that Chen Hao's chances of winning were higher because Chen Hao had created miracles and displayed talent. Moreover, until now, he had only revealed his sword essence as his trump card. How could such a person not have a trump card? The third match, Wu Ruochen against Chen Hao. As everyone expected, a moment later, the referee called out Wu Ruochen and Chen Hao's names. Chi. Wu Ruochen, who had been impatient for a long time, instantly released his powerful aura and turned into a stream of light to step onto the arena. The rising battle intent and the cold and gloomy face made everyone understand how impatient Wu Ruochen was at this moment. Under the gazes of the crowd, Chen Hao slowly flew towards the arena. His handsome face carried a hint of indifference, but it was also because of this that it made the crowd feel that Chen Hao did not care about Wu Ruochen in the slightest. It was even more naked contempt. The match, wait. Just as the referee saw that the two were in place and was about to announce the start of the match, Wu Ruochen suddenly interrupted the referee. His eyes were full of naked provocation as he stared straight at Chen Hao. He said to the referee, "No matter how dangerous I am, even if I die, please do not interrupt the match because of me. Do you dare?" After speaking to the referee, Wu Ruochen stared provocatively and viciously at Chen Hao and asked. Whoosh! Wu Ruochen's words immediately caused an uproar in the martial arts practice field. Everyone understood that Wu Ruochen's words obviously meant that he would not rest until Chen Hao was dead. In other words, when he was at a disadvantage, the referee could not intervene to save his life. If he did, he would not admit defeat. Moreover, without a doubt, he dared to do so because he had absolute confidence. Why not? When everyone's eyes were on Chen Hao's face flashed with a touch of coldness. He said fearlessly, "Referee, I do the same." The referee only frowned slightly, but he nodded decisively. Since both sides had made it clear that he was not allowed to intervene, he was more than happy to do so. No matter who won or died, it had nothing to do with him, so he did not need to feel uneasy. Boom! When the referee signaled the start of the match, Wu Ruochen, who had already raised his aura to its peak, took a step forward. Like a mad beast, he charged toward Chen Hao violently and ferociously. A murderous aura that seemed to have materialized gushed out of his body, making his aura even more terrifying. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Chen Hao, who stood tall and straight like a sword, did not advance. Instead, he drew his sword and pointed it at Wu Ruochen, who was flying toward him at high speed. His pupils contracted as he activated the vigorous and surging energy in his dantian. His strength has increased by 50%, and his combat power has definitely increased by more than 2 times. He is indeed very strong, but unfortunately, he is still my training target. Seeing that Wu Ruochen was about 10 feet away from him, Chen Hao suddenly moved. He used the wave-like carefree steps, his hand formed the solitary sword technique, and swung his sword to meet Wu Ruochen's attack. Part 1. Something came up, and Wu Shan has to go out for a while. I don't know when he will be back. The second chapter is not finished yet. If there are no new chapters, please don't blame me. Tomorrow will be the night of the battle. I'm really sorry. If I can reject Wu Shan, I will reject him. If I can't, there is nothing I can do. I hope everyone can understand. I cover my face and run away. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 338. In the blink of an eye, the two of them directly engaged in a close combat battle. The sound of metal clashing was heard. Sword chi and saber chi were everywhere. Compared to their previous duel, it was obviously much more intense and terrifying. Moreover, Wu Ruochen's strength had soared. Under the control of absolute power, his saber chi was overbearing. Every saber chi contained an extremely terrifying power. But what was shocking was that although Chen Hao, who was clearly weaker in strength, was unable to suppress Wu Ruochen like last time, Wu Ruochen was similarly unable to suppress him. Every strike of Chen Hao's was incomparably sharp and crafty, and every strike was aimed at the vital points. The sky was filled with saber light and sword shadows, and in an instant, the entire arena was riddled with holes. The extent of the battle's excitement shocked everyone. This little guy's sword skill has reached the realm of being able to use it at will. It's incredible. On the rostrum, the female venerable immortal stared at Chen Hao in the arena. She could not help but praise him in her heart. After a long battle, Wu Ruochen's face became extremely ugly. Originally, he thought that with his current strength, he would be able to completely suppress Chen Hao in close combat. He wanted everyone to understand that in the face of absolute power, no matter how strong the sword skill was, it would not be able to withstand a single blow. However, he did not expect that Chen Hao would be so difficult to deal with. At this moment, his attack power was more than 2 or 3 times that of Chen Hao. However, he could not do anything to Chen Hao. Not only that, Chen Hao's sharp and tricky attacks made Wu Ruochen feel more and more exhausted. It seemed that he was once again in the situation of the first duel. At this moment, it was obviously impossible for Wu Ruochen to fight back. I'd like to see how you can break my unique skill today. Boom! Wu Ruochen suddenly launched a violent attack to push Chen Hao back. At the same time, he retreated quickly just like when he faced Chen Hao last time. He said in a cold voice. Wu Ruochen's actions undoubtedly made everyone understand that he had lost again in the contest of sword skill and saber skill. Although he did not say it out loud, he had to admit that Chen Hao's swordsmanship had reached an unimaginable level. What was different from last time was that Wu Ruochen, whose power had soared, could still attack while condensing his ultimate move. The blood-red saber light slashed at Chen Hao from a distance. Moreover, each slash carried an overbearing saber momentum, as if it was going to cut the world in half. It was extremely terrifying. Even if Chen Hao wanted to get close, it would not be easy. As Wu Ruochen's aura soared crazily, the entire martial arts practice field was enveloped by a terrifying saber momentum. Open your eyes wide and watch. To everyone's surprise and shock, Chen Hao, who was obviously weaker in terms of strength, actually stood still this time and spoke coldly. As he spoke, the fighting spirit around him soared crazily. The 5 elements sword in his hand emitted a violent buzzing sound under the surge of energy, releasing a resplendent 7-colored light. Voila! Fight head-on. Chen Hao wants to fight with Wu Ruochen. Will this work? When the silent martial arts practice field saw that Chen Hao was going to fight Wu Ruochen's ultimate move head-on, there was a sudden burst of exclamations. One had to know that a head-on fight with ultimate moves was a contest of absolute strength. This was Chen Hao's fatal flaw. Even if Chen Hao could not stop Wu Ruochen's ultimate move, he should have chosen to avoid it. But now, it was obvious that he wanted to fight head-on with his opponent. How could everyone not be shocked? At this moment, even Leng Yihan, who was healing himself, slowly opened his eyes and stared at Chen Hao in the martial arts practice field. He just looked at Chen Hao quietly, without the slightest worry. He just watched calmly with slight anticipation. No one knew Chen Hao's true combat strength better than him. From the beginning to the end, Chen Hao had not used the platinum sky-splitting slash at full strength. He had also not exposed his ultimate moves consecutively. Moreover, Chen Hao had the immortal bloodline and the way of the sword attribute. Once Chen Hao exposed these, what kind of commotion would it cause? Whoosh! When Wu Ruochen's aura reached its peak, his entire body was like a bright meteor streaking across the sky, charging at Chen Hao at a terrifying speed. At the same time, Chen Hao, who had also reached his peak state, also rushed forward violently. Saber cleaving heaven and earth. The moment he entered the attack range, Wu Ruochen slashed down at Chen Hao with his saber. The moment he slashed out, a violent burst of vital essence gushed out from the saber like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, it turned into a terrifying saber light that was hundreds of feet long. With a terrifying saber intent and pressure, it swept toward Chen Hao. The terror of this saber made everyone's expression change. Its momentum was extremely shocking, covering the sky and the sun. Even the space where the saber light passed by had strange distortions. At the same time, Chen Hao let out a cold shout. What made everyone's eyes widen was that at this moment, vigorous and majestic vital essence gushed out violently from Chen Hao's body. However, it did not overflow. It only spread to a range of 20 feet around Chen Hao and stopped. It made Chen Hao seem to have become a light ball condensed by vital essence. His figure could only be vaguely seen. And when Wu Ruochen released the 300-foot saber light, Chen Hao also stabbed out with his sword. Buzz! Whoosh! In an instant, the majestic vital essence contained in the light ball seemed to be compressed and violently poured into the 5-element sword, turning into a sword light. No one could describe the speed of this sword light. No one knew what kind of terrifying power this sword light contained because its aura was condensed to the extreme. It seemed that even releasing the aura pressure was a waste of energy. Boom! Whoosh! It was as if the sword light, which was so small that it could be ignored, had produced a terrifying explosion the moment it collided with the 100-meter-long saber light. The sword light seemed to have been swallowed up by the boundless and terrifying saber light in an instant, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Without giving too much time to think, the entire martial arts practice field erupted with countless cries of alarm. Each and every one of them widened their eyes in shock, as if they had seen an extremely terrifying scene. The powerful 300-foot saber light, from front to back, from inside to outside, rumbled and turned into raging energy, continuously and completely collapsing, when the sword light, which had been condensed to the extreme, pierced through the 300-foot saber light. Only a wisp of it could be seen. But it was this wisp that directly blasted into the horrified Wu Ruoqin's forehead. Bang! Red and white brain matter and blood dyed a large area of the sky. Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at this scene in shock. Even the female immortal on the rostrum had a strong sense of shock in her eyes. And the collapsing saber light, under the inertia, continued to bombard Chen Hao, who could not avoid it. Boom! 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 While Chen Hao's figure retreated, the five-elements sword continuously danced in front of him, resisting the remaining power of the saber light. Finally, when all the saber light dissipated, the robe on Chen Hao's body had turned into numerous wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen, covering his entire body. But none of them hit his vital points. His whole body was still standing proudly, and his handsome face was shining with a chill and arrogance that made people tremble. Plop! The sect master of the Sky Sword sect, the dignified sect master of a 9th-grade sect, collapsed to the ground at this moment. His face was pale and full of disbelief as he looked at Wu Ruoqin's headless corpse falling from the void. His mind was blank, and only one sentence floated in his heart, like the most ruthless mockery: a dead genius is no longer a genius. This was what he said to Wu Ruoqin. But now, the dead genius was not Chen Hao, but Wu Ruoqin, whom he had spent countless efforts to cultivate. Crash! After a full half-minute of silence, when the referee announced Chen Hao's victory with a trembling voice, the entire martial arts practice field erupted into a huge uproar. Even the sect masters on the rostrum were no exception. How is this possible? How is this possible? He's only at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul stage. How can he have such powerful control of true origin? Even old man can't do this, the example of the weak defeating the strong. This is the terrifying power of true origin control. This kid's future achievements are limitless. Battle talent, temperament, wisdom, courage, and judgment. Any one of these aspects is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to launch such an attack. It was a close shave. If his attack had been just a little bit weaker, life and death would have changed. This was indeed the case. The energy contained in Wu Ruoqin's blade light was definitely several times more terrifying than Chen Hao's. However, Chen Hao, who had chosen to meet Wu Ruoqin's attack head-on, had condensed his energy into a single line and concentrated it into a single point. It was impossible to achieve this without powerful control of true origin, but Chen Hao had done it. Using a single point to break the surface, he had penetrated Wu Ruoqin's blade light and destroyed it from the inside out. Of course, this kind of destruction was very limited because the true origin that had condensed the blade light was under the control of Wu Ruoqin's mind. If Wu Ruoqin had allowed it to penetrate, Chen Hao would only have been able to destroy a small area that the blade light had passed through. It would not have had any fundamental effect. There was no doubt that this was a way to fight with his life on the line. If Wu Ruoqin had ignored it and allowed it to pass through, his blade light would have definitely killed Chen Hao, but he would have been killed by Chen Hao's blade light. Obviously, this was not what Wu Ruoqin wanted. Therefore, the moment the blade light penetrated the blade light, Wu Ruoqin controlled the blade light's energy to destroy it. However, there was a slight error in his judgment. Even when the blade light penetrated the blade light, it did not completely kill it. The remaining blade light killed him before he could even react. It was only at this time that Wu Ruoqin's terrifying blade light was completely out of his control. This was the line between life and death. It was the same for Chen Hao and Wu Ruoqin. But in the end, the one who seized the opportunity was Chen Hao. Of course, this was what many masters thought. As for Chen Hao himself, he did not care because this was the line between life and death under his control. Looking at Chen Hao's figure slowly flying back, even though Leng Yihan had long believed that Chen Hao would not lose this match, at this moment, his eyes were still filled with deep shock. First update. Chapter 339. This was because, in Leng Yihan's opinion, Chen Hao would have to reveal his true trump card no matter what, or at least one of them. But Chen Hao had once again exceeded his expectations. He had used such a dangerous and unbelievable attack to kill the powerful Wu Ruoqin. And Xia Yuyu's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled down. Similarly, in the audience, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lian, and the rest also let out long sighs of relief. Everyone in the martial arts arena looked at Chen Hao in a daze. Yes, they were dazed. In everyone's hearts, Chen Hao and Leng Yihan were like endless waves, each higher than the last. Every time they thought that one of them would surpass the other would create an even more terrifying and monstrous wave, which made everyone a little numb. This kid is actually so powerful. But, this should be his limit, right? Otherwise, he would not take such a risk. No matter what, he must be killed. Otherwise, if he is given half a year or even less, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to him. Chu Qingtian's expression was uncertain as he stared at Chen Hao's figure and said viciously in his heart. Unknowingly, Chen Hao had already made him feel a deep fear from the bottom of his heart. This fear had nothing to do with power. He was confident that, facing Chen Hao's attack, with his absolute power, he would not fall short like Wu Ruoqin. Although it would not be easy, it would not be a problem for him to completely destroy Chen Hao's sword light. Moreover, his attack would definitely have enough power to kill Chen Hao. But, he was clear that Chen Hao was only at the peak of the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. At this level, he should not have been a threat to him, an ant that he could turn into dust with a casual punch, but Chen Hao, at this level, was able to make him, who was at the late stage of the embodiment realm, use all his strength to deal with him. If such a person were to advance to the same level as him, what would it be like? It was unimaginable. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had always been the undisputed number one among those in the same cultivation level. He had gathered countless fortunes and opportunities. It was only in the past year that Xia Yuyu had surpassed his realm. Of course, it was only in terms of realm. As for the intersect tournament that was held once every 10 years, it was undoubtedly the best tournament in the entire Eastern continent for young disciples. To be able to obtain first place, how strong was the providence condensed. Therefore, he would not allow himself to fail. This time, no matter what his goal was, even if it was for his own glory, he had to get first place and kill Chen Hao. Because he was afraid, in fact, he had already lost to Chen Hao. He had completely lost to Chen Hao. His only advantage was his current strength. This was the only chance he could grasp. Gu Xing, forget it. You are no match for either Chen Hao or Leng Yihan. You just need to perform well, sigh. Seeing that Wu Ruoqin was dead, the sect leader of the Piaomiao sect no longer harbored any hope and said to Gu Xing through telepathy. This round was over. Because Leng Yihan and Chen Hao were seriously injured, the day's competition had temporarily come to an end. The next day, Xia Yuyu against Leng Yihan, and Chen Hao against Gu Xing Chu Qingtian, who was widely recognized as the strongest, had a bye because of Wu Ruoqin's death. The remaining 14 people's matches had nothing to do with the 5 of them. Chen Hao against Gu Xing was basically a no-brainer. Although Gu Xing's performance was not bad, there was still a big gap between him and Chen Hao. In the end, he lost. There was nothing outstanding about it. However, the battle between Xia Yuyu and Leng Yihan showed everyone Leng Yihan's strength and tenacity. In terms of absolute power, Leng Yihan was clearly a level lower than Xia Yuyu, but he forced Xia Yuyu to use her trump card, the heartless swordsmanship. Even so, Xia Yuyu was unable to defeat Leng Yihan in the end. Of course, Leng Yihan was also unable to defeat Xia Yuyu. This was the result set according to the rules of the competition. In the eyes of the audience, Xia Yuyu had the absolute advantage, but Leng Yihan refused to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and held on. The two fought for a full half an hour. In the end, Xia Yuyu was forced to call for a draw, and Leng Yihan finally stopped. However, Xia Yuyu was very angry in her heart. There was no other reason. Because of Leng Yihan and Chen Hao's relationship, she could not kill Leng Yihan, nor could she risk her life with Leng Yihan. Otherwise, with her advantage in cultivation, it would not be difficult for her to win, but the result would be Leng Yihan's death. What made Xia Yuyu even angrier was that when the referee announced a draw, Leng Yihan stared at her and said coldly, "I know you held back, but even if you didn't, I would not lose to you. Now, because of the difference in cultivation, you have the upper hand. It won't be long before I surpass you. How could this person be like this?" She had already given in to him, but he still said such words. He was simply too ungrateful and too ungentlemanly. No wonder he was a pervert. And that expression, that look, it did not seem like he was simply saying that he would not lose to her in the competition. After receiving confirmation from Xia Yuyu, Leng Yihan, and more than 10 people behind them that they had all recovered to their peak state, the next round began. At this time, the referee and everyone had a clearer understanding of the strength of the 5 people. Chu Qingtian was undoubtedly still recognized as the strongest, followed by Chen Hao, Xia Yuyu, and Leng Yihan. Among the 3, Chen Hao was the most anticipated. He had already faintly surpassed Xia Yuyu and Leng Yihan. The weakest was Gu Xing. Therefore, when arranging the order of appearance, there would naturally be a bias. In this round, the first match was between Chu Qingtian and Xia Yuyu. In everyone's expectations, Xia Yuyu still lost to Chu Qingtian even though she displayed an even more powerful and terrifying attack than when she fought with Leng Yihan. Furthermore, she was injured quite badly. However, she managed to force Chu Qingtian to use an even more powerful attack. The second match was between Leng Yihan and Chen Hao. Without a doubt, these 2 dark horses were one of the most anticipated showdowns for everyone. But unexpectedly, the 2 of them did not enter the arena, and Leng Yihan simply admitted defeat. Leng Yihan did not want to waste his energy. He had already shown what he could. Against Chen Hao, who was still hiding an even more powerful and abnormal trump card, he would undoubtedly be trampled by this guy if he went up. There was no need for that. In the next round, Leng Yihan was against Gu Xing. Gu Xing lost. Chen Hao was against Xia Yuyu. Xia Yuyu also chose to admit defeat. This was not unexpected. After all, although the relationship between Xia Yuyu and Chen Hao was not clear, many people had already seen some clues. In addition, Xia Yuyu could not defeat Leng Yihan. It was naturally more difficult for her to defeat Chen Hao. At this point, there was only one battle left between the 5 experts. It was also the battle that everyone was looking forward to the most. Chu Qingtian versus Chen Hao. The 2 of them would compete for first and second place. Xia Yuyu and Leng Yihan would be tied for third place. Gu Xing was last and had lost the qualification to be one of the 4 young masters. This year's Intersect competition's final match. Yuan Gates Chu Qingtian vs Star-Picking Sex Chen Hao. Please enter the arena. After the last 14 matches had finished, the judge's majestic voice finally called out the names of Chu Qingtian and Chen Hao. Peak match. Chu Qingtian, the leader of the younger generation of the Eastern Continent's cultivation world. He was the top genius of the Yuan Gate, the first of the 10 immortal sects. Before Xia Yuyu's rise, even Wu Ruochen and Gu Xing were inferior to him. Even when Xia Yuyu's cultivation level surpassed his, she could not overshadow his brilliance. And now, Chu Qingtian had used the Yuan Gate's essence infusion technique to reach the peak of the late stage of the incarnation realm. Regardless of cultivation level or combat strength, he was recognized as the number one. Until now, only Leng Yihan and Xia Yuyu had forced Chu Qingtian to use a little bit of his trump card. From his relaxed appearance, everyone knew that he was still hiding many trump cards. How strong was such a person? And Chen Hao was the biggest dark horse in this year's intersect competition. Before the competition started, he was only a cultivator at the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He was a disciple of a small third-grade sect. Even though the city in the sky had given him an unparalleled reputation in the Eastern continent, it was still his potential and not his actual strength. At least, before the competition started, no one had expected Chen Hao to reach this stage. He had won consecutive matches and led the star-picking sect, which only had 10 people. He had created one miracle after another that everyone found unbelievable. At this moment, could he still create a miracle against Chu Qingtian? Chu Qingtian's strength made everyone think that Chen Hao would definitely lose. But in the depths of their hearts, no one dared to say that Chen Hao would definitely lose. This was because he had created too many miracles, and because he had turned what everyone thought was impossible into reality too many times. This was a true genius that couldn't be predicted using common sense. He had completely exceeded everyone's knowledge. When the referee called out their names, everyone in the martial arts arena focused their attention on Chen Hao and Chu Qingtian. Even the female immortal supremacy, who was sitting on the rostrum, had a strange look in her eyes at this moment. She was obviously filled with anticipation. Boom! Boom! Chu Qingtian and Chen Hao flew up from their seats at the same time. The aura around their bodies started to increase crazily at this moment. They slowly landed on the arena. The entire sparring arena quietened down. Everyone was even more nervous than Chen Hao and Chu Qingtian. They couldn't help but hold their breaths and widen their eyes. Leng Yihan took a deep breath. His jade-like hands, which were obviously smaller than a normal man's, clenched tightly. His eyes, which were as sharp as swords, flashed with extremely complicated colors. There was a little excitement, a little anticipation, and a little worry, yes, worry. Leng Yihan knew that Chen Hao was still hiding a lot. But Chu Qingtian's strength was undeniable. He wasn't someone that Wu Ruochen could compare to. Furthermore, how could Chu Qingtian not be hiding anything? Chapter 340. Even Leng Yihan could not predict whether Chen Hao would emerge victorious in the end. Furthermore, Chu Qingtian's enmity towards Chen Hao was not new. Back in Sky City, Leng Yihan, or rather, Xia Qingtian, was very clear about it. Now, with his powerful soul perception, he could clearly sense that Chu Qingtian's killing intent towards Chen Hao was even more intense. What did this mean? It meant that the battle between the two could very well turn into a battle of life and death like the one between Wu Ruochen and Chen Hao. This made Leng Yihan worried. Xia Yuyu naturally knew what a domineering and arrogant person like Chu Qingtian would think when faced with someone like Chen Hao, who was bound to surpass him. Her grandfather had already mentioned this in the Jade Scroll that he had given Chen Hao. Firstly, it was not just a title. It was a huge matter that concerned one's reputation, fate, and opportunity. How could Chu Qingtian miss this one and only opportunity? She was also worried. However, Leng Yihan and Xia Yuyu's worry was far less than Helian Wuzi, Tan Tai Lien, and everyone else from the Zhaixing sect. This was because both of them knew that Chen Hao had the undying bloodline. Unless the opponent had absolute power that exceeded several levels, it was very unlikely that they could really kill Chen Hao. In the arena, Chu Qingtian and Chen Hao stood 1,000 feet apart as they stared at each other from afar. One's eyes exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world, while the other exuded a shocking coldness and sharpness. Although neither of them took the initiative to activate their inner yuan, the space between the two of them was stirred up by the collision of their auras. When Chu Qingtian looked at Chen Hao in disdain and provocation, and opened his mouth to say, "You," he was unexpectedly interrupted by Chen Hao. "You wanted to kill me when we were in Sky City. Am I right? Now, you want to kill me even more. Am I right? It's just that you're in a bit of a dilemma. You don't know how to prevent me from being frightened by your strength, and have a fight to the death with you, right? You're worried that I won't agree if you imitate Wu Ruochen. You were also worried that I would admit defeat when I couldn't hold on any longer, because you didn't have the confidence to make it impossible for me to even admit defeat. Am I right?" Chen Hao had a cold expression on his face as he asked 3 rhetorical questions in a row. These 3 questions hit the nail on the head and hit the nail on the head. Just like his sword techniques, every move was aimed at Chu Qingtian's vital points. Chu Qingtian's face immediately turned gloomy, but he was tongue-tied and couldn't reply. "You don't have to worry about it. I will fulfill your wish." At this point, Chen Hao turned to look at the referee and said, "Referee, please don't interfere with the competition because of me." Then, he turned to look at Chu Qingtian and said coldly, "Do you dare?" Hiss, the entire arena was filled with gasps. No one expected Chen Hao, who usually didn't bother to talk nonsense, to turn the tables this time. His cold voice, sharp words, arrogant expression, and disdainful gaze made him seem even colder and more arrogant, even though he didn't have Chu Qingtian's domineering and overbearing aura. He was arrogant in his heart and proud in his bones. Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than me. That's exactly what I want. Ha ha ha, come, I want to see what other trump cards you're hiding. How can you be so arrogant? Boom. Following Chu Qingtian's words, a vast amount of vital energy erupted from his body like a volcano. A terrifying pressure instantly spread out, and even the cultivators at the edge of the training ground, who were close to 100 miles away, changed their expressions in shock. What a terrifying aura, impressive. This aura actually causes even me to feel a trace of danger. Exactly what level has his combat strength reached? In the spectating area, an elder of an 8th grade sect exclaimed in shock in his heart. He was a cultivator at the initial stage of the primordial soul realm. Advancing from the nascent soul realm to the avatar realm was a completely different concept from advancing from the avatar realm to the primordial soul realm. Primordial soul realm. Only those who had stepped into the primordial soul realm would have the ability to tear apart the void, connect the heavens and earth, and roam the universe. However, Chu Qingtian's aura made even a true expert at the initial stage of the primordial soul realm feel a tinge of danger. What kind of concept was that? Whoosh, Chu Qingtian's powerful aura caused the energy of the heavens and earth and the air to be suppressed. Under the impact of this imposing aura, Chen Hao's clothes and long hair fluttered with the wind, yet his piercingly cold expression didn't change in the slightest. His peerlessly handsome and angular face was extremely lofty and sharp. Boom! Surging sword essence, violent true origin, and the mysteries of the space element were released from Chen Hao's body without any warning. Ah! It was also at this moment that Chen Hao released his aura for the first time. Countless people exclaimed in shock. The peak of the advanced stage of the nascent soul realm. Chen Hao had actually concealed the aura of his cultivation level. How is this possible? Even Leng Yihan, Xia Yuyu, and those who were familiar with Chen Hao widened their eyes in shock. This was especially so for the disciples of the Zhai Xing sect. One had to know that they were very clear about when Chen Hao had passed the heavenly punishment. How long had it been this time? How could he have improved so quickly? Furthermore, everyone was very clear that Chen Hao's power was beyond his cultivation level. If he wanted to improve, it would definitely be many times more difficult than normal cultivators. This was because he needed to refine more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Furthermore, his energy center, meridians, body, and mind had to be strong enough to keep up. Everyone only saw Chen Hao's improvement, but no one knew how crazy Chen Hao's cultivation had been over the past few days, or what kind of shocking price he had paid. Even when he was watching the battle, he was multitasking, reciting the primary outline of the Great Tao, and refining his true origin, not to mention resting at night. This was all because of the pressure that Chu Qingtian had given him. Every night, large amounts of primal crystal stones would turn to dust. Even 100 pieces of extremely precious supreme-grade primal crystal stones had been wasted by Chen Hao. Everything he did was to increase his cultivation level. Only by doing so could his absolute power increase. This was his greatest flaw at the moment. And this kind of terrifying speed of improvement could be said to be very difficult for anyone other than Chen Hao to achieve. Without the primary outline of the Great Tao, Chen Hao would not be able to refine and absorb primal crystal stones dozens of times faster than normal people. Similarly, if Chen Hao did not have such shocking, external wealth, he would not have primal crystal stones to refine. Interesting, truly interesting. In just a few short days, this little fellow has actually shocked this immortal time and time again. Truly inconceivable. Concealing the aura of his cultivation base, he actually managed to deceive even me. The female immortal venerable stared at Chen Hao and thought in her heart. At this moment, Chu Qingtian's expression revealed a tinge of shock and fear that came from the depths of his heart. However, he quickly suppressed it. So what if he was at the peak of the late nascent soul stage? He was at the peak of the late stage of the embodiment realm. Furthermore, there was still a huge gap between his strength and his aura. What was there to be afraid of? Not to mention, at this moment, he already had no path of retreat. Either you die or I die, and he could only fight with all his might. Clang! Chen Hao, who already knew that this would cause everyone to be shocked, did not hesitate in the slightest. With a thought, the five elements sword emitted a clear and excited sword cry and appeared in his hand. Bang! With a stomp of his feet, Chen Hao charged towards Chu Qingtian, who was thousands of feet away, at lightning speed. Chu Qingtian roared furiously and also took a step forward. He charged towards Chen Hao violently. Under the shock brought about by Chen Hao, Chu Qingtian charged forward at high speed. His aura also increased continuously as if there was no end to it. Seeing that Chen Hao's figure was getting closer and closer, Chu Qingtian's hands, which were wearing high-grade spiritual artifact gloves, suddenly struck out continuously. Boom boom boom, streams of majestic and vigorous true origin gushed out and immediately condensed into huge golden fist auras. There were a total of 10 of them, and each of them carried a terrifying fist intent as they blasted toward Chen Hao. At this moment, Chen Hao also struck out with his sword. Qi! Accompanied by a terrifying sword aura, an extremely sharp sword radiance contained a terrifying whirlpool. It streaked across a huge light screen that seemed as if it was going to cut the heavens and the earth in half. With a loud boom, it collided with the 10 consecutive fist auras. Under the huge recoil, the two of them did not retreat, but advanced instead. Boom boom boom, the violent energy and the shocking speed of the attack caused everyone's hearts to tremble and their scalps to go numb. This was only the beginning, and it was already so intense. How terrifying would it be when the real ultimate move was revealed? Impressive. Fortunately, I have reached the peak of the advanced nascent soul stage. Otherwise, even if I revealed all my trump cards, would not be able to do anything to him. Sensing Chu Qingtian's domineering fist aura, Chen Hao was slightly shocked. In particular, the aura contained within it caused Chen Hao's attacks to be greatly restricted. It was as if he was facing a ferocious wild beast. It was as if Chu Qingtian's every punch was a vicious move that could kill 1,000 enemies and hurt 800 of his own. Facing Chen Hao's sword techniques that could strike at his vital points as he wished, Chu Qingtian was also shocked. He finally understood why Wu Ruochen was being suppressed even though he had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. Fortunately, his fist technique itself was the biggest flaw. That flaw was clearly displayed in front of you, as long as you dared to take it. If not for this, Chu Qingtian would have been suppressed by Chen Hao. The close combat and dangerous battle lasted for more than 10 minutes before Chen Hao and Chu Qingtian finally realized that neither of them could do anything to the other. As if their hearts were connected, the two of them unleashed a powerful attack at the same time, and their bodies instantly retreated. The only difference was that Chu Qingtian retreated very quickly, and also very far away. However, Chen Hao only retreated a few hundred feet before he suddenly stopped. He did not even do anything. It was as if he was one with his sword, and he suddenly shot towards Chu Qingtian at a terrifying speed. You want to stop me? Dream on. Die. Boom. Chi. 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 As Chen Hao charged towards him, Chu Qingtian was not shocked at all. On the contrary, his eyes revealed a tinge of excitement. He shouted coldly and suddenly attacked. Third update. The fourth update might be a little late. I suggest that you don't wait and watch it tomorrow. Go and have a meal in Wushan. Let's try to finish it before 12. Chapter 341. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation bowing, spinning, twisting his waist, punching out. Chu Qingtian's punch was filled with power and rhythm. At this moment, everyone was captivated by Chu Qingtian's punch. It was as if Chu Qingtian's punch was the only thing left in the world. At this moment, Chu Qingtian's mind was completely clear. All of his focus, strength, and essence were focused on this fist. All of his muscles, tendons, blood, and even every cell in his body was focused on his fist as he moved rhythmically. Chi! Chi! His speed was very fast, but everyone felt that it was very slow. Before he even punched out, a destructive and arrogant aura filled the air. At the same time, Chu Qingtian's right hand, which was wearing a high-grade spiritual weapon glove, became brighter and brighter. It was like a star in the night sky, giving off a brilliant radiance. Void-shattering fist. Boom! A fist that was as condensed as a star shot out from Chu Qingtian's punch. The sky suddenly darkened. The fist was not very big, but it was extremely condensed. Its speed was extremely shocking. Wherever it passed, the space twisted strangely and collapsed. A pitch-black, deep crack appeared. Endless spatial storms crazily poured into the fist, causing it to become even more dazzling. Stars whizzed in front, and cracks in space appeared behind. No one could describe how terrifying Chu Qingtian's punch was. No one knew how Chu Qingtian, who was only at the peak of the late stage of the embodiment realm, was able to execute such a powerful technique. At this moment, Chen Hao, who had already used all of his strength to execute the platinum sky-splitting slash, narrowed his eyes. Danger, absolute danger, a danger that made Chen Hao's hair stand on end. No matter what, he didn't expect Chu Qingtian's punch to be so powerful and terrifying. Even though Chen Hao was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Chu Qingtian's punch. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They forgot to breathe, and even lost the ability to scream. Even the experts on the rostrum looked at Chu Qingtian's terrifying punch in disbelief. The female immortal supremacy took in a breath of cold air. She looked a little nervous. Under the envelopment of the punch, Chen Hao felt suffocated. It was impossible for him to avoid it. No one knew that Chen Hao's mind was spinning at lightning speed. His powerful soul perception was locked onto Chu Qingtian's punch. Sensing the terrifying power contained within it, his brain calculated quickly. The final result caused Chen Hao's handsome face to shine with an unprecedented craze. 10%. There was only 10%. What else could he do? Fight. He could only fight with all of his strength. Chu Qingtian. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will emerge victorious. Either you die, or I perish. Roar. A furious roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth was suddenly emitted from Chen Hao's mouth. Boom! Chen Hao, who had already unleashed the platinum sky-splitting slash with all his might, went completely crazy at this moment. The rainbow nascent soul in his energy center started to spin at a terrifying speed. He released his surging true origin energy. His powerful physical strength, the mysteries of the space attribute, the highest realm of sword intent, and the secular sword Dao attribute that Chen Hao had never tried or dared to try in a battle were all released at this moment. At this moment, everyone, who had been distracted by Chen Hao's terrifying punch, was attracted by Chen Hao's sudden increase in strength and terrifying aura. Under countless gazes, Chen Hao slashed out with his sword. Qi. Destruction. Destruction sword principle. Countless people exclaimed inwardly at the moment of sparks. Yes, it was the aura of the destruction sword Dao. It was a sword intent that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was a sword intent that was even more terrifying than Leng Yihan's destruction attribute. Qi. Qi. Chen Hao's aura didn't weaken in the slightest after he swung his sword and executed his ultimate move. Moreover, in an instant, he swung his sword 6 times in succession. Every single sword strike was just like the first one, terrifying to the extreme and sharp to the extreme. Moreover, they contained boundless profundities within them. After unleashing 7 strikes, Chen Hao paused for a moment. Just when everyone thought that it was over, Chen Hao unleashed another strike. Ga. Roar. Roar. The green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and Qilin all followed Chen Hao's move without any warning. The huge illusory figures of the 5 elements divine beasts let out earth-shattering howls. In an instant, they danced in the air and formed a fused divine beast seal. With the last sword radiance, they met Chu Qingtian's punch. Although it took a long time to describe, only a brief moment had passed since Chu Qingtian had unleashed his punch. However, the change in the situation was like a stormy sea. Boom! 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 When the sword radiance and the fist met, there was an extremely terrifying explosion. Although Chen Hao's first strike was terrifying to the extent that it shocked everyone, it was still instantly destroyed by the star-like fist that tore through space. However, the fist was still resplendent. Just the aftermath of the explosion caused everyone to be shocked to see that cracks had appeared on the incomparably powerful barrier of the arena. In the contestant seats closest to the arena, Xia Yuyu, Leng Yihan, and the others all activated their protective auras to resist the terrifying aftermath. They were extremely shocked, but their eyes were fixed on the arena. They were afraid that they would miss the most exciting and peak battle. The second sword radiance was destroyed again. The third sword radiance was destroyed again. Then, the fourth sword radiance, the fifth sword radiance. When the fifth sword radiance was destroyed, the resplendent fist finally started to dim and weaken. However, it was still unstoppable. Sixth sword radiance, seventh sword radiance, the fist became even dimmer, but the aura it emitted was still extremely terrifying. At this moment, no one knew what the final outcome would be. Chen Hao didn't know, and neither did Chu Qingtian. Even the experts on the rostrum, including the female immortal supremacy, didn't know. This was because Chen Hao's remaining strongest strike and the remaining aura of the fist contained an astonishing amount of power. Even with Chen Hao's extremely powerful soul perception, he couldn't tell who was stronger. Chen Hao didn't expect Chu Qingtian to be so powerful. Similarly, Chu Qingtian didn't expect Chen Hao to be so terrifying. Boom. The final collision finally erupted. The earth-shattering power and terrifying aura engulfed the entire arena. Even some of the weaker cultivators 100 miles away had to activate their protective upstanding chi in the face of this terrifying pressure. PFFF. PFFF. Chen Hao and Chu Qingtian had also exhausted their energy. Every explosion was a resplendent blow to them. Both of them were holding on with their willpower. At this moment, they finally spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They fell from the sky onto the arena that was riddled with holes. They were evenly matched, and both of them were severely injured. Without a doubt, Chen Hao and Chu Qingtian had both challenged their limits and used attacks that exceeded their limits. They would either succeed or die trying. However, they didn't succeed, nor did they die trying. However, both of them could clearly feel that their energy center's energy had been depleted. Their meridians and organs were all damaged. The dust settled, and the destructive energy subsided. The two of them fell to the ground and appeared in front of everyone. The entire martial arts practice field was silent. No one can defeat me. I want you to die. Bam 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 bam. Suddenly, Chu Qingtian, who was lying on the ground, seemed to explode. He struggled to stand up and spat out a mouthful of blood as he shouted. As he spoke, he walked towards Chen Hao with heavy footsteps, relying on the last bit of his physical strength that he had left. His footsteps were like a death sentence. Every step he took made people feel suffocated. However, Chen Hao didn't move at all. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When they saw this scene, the vast majority of people knew that Chen Hao was finished. This was destined to be a fight to the death. The outcome was life and death. However, below the arena, on the contestant seats, Lang Yihan, who was originally filled with worry, relaxed instead of being nervous. He let out a long sigh, and the corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile that even he himself didn't notice. If this smile was on another, her face, it would definitely be dazzling. However, when it was on his face, it made Xia Yuyu, who was also relieved, shiver. No one could stop it, and they couldn't. Even a female celestial supremacy couldn't interfere at this time. This was the arena, this was the competition. Under the cruel rules, there was no room for mercy. Everyone had to abide by the rules. This was necessary. The rise of a genius was to step on the corpses of countless geniuses. If this competition was stopped to protect the genius, then whether it was Chen Hao or Chu Qingtian, it would give birth to a heart demon that was difficult to resolve. The genius would stop there and become mediocre. He won't fall. Never. Helian Wuxia and Tantai Lian clasped their hands together tightly as they stared at Chen Hao, who was motionless on the ground. The star-picking sect's disciples, including Long Yukong, were extremely nervous and worried at this moment. The sound of their heartbeats and Chu Qingtian's hurried footsteps almost suffocated them. Ling Tian Sek Xia Lan Lan, Duan Yufei, Zhao Yuan Qing, and the other disciples who were familiar with Chen Hao, as well as those who were not, were also extremely nervous at this moment. On the main stage, the sect master of the Origin sect tried his best to control his emotions, but he still couldn't hide the joy on his face. He had to admit that Chu Qingtian's performance today had exceeded his expectations. Even he did not expect Chu Qingtian to be able to unleash such a powerful force. Now, Chu Qingtian's tenacious willpower and determination to win made him even happier. He firmly believed that Chu Qingtian would have a shocking breakthrough in every aspect after today. This was the pride of the Origin sect. It was also the glory that the most powerful sect in the Eastern continent deserved. Chu Qingtian had already walked up to Chen Hao and raised his hand that was laced with a trap before he threw a punch at Chen Hao's head. When Chen Hao still did not react, the sect master of the Origin sect knew that the outcome was already decided. In his intense joy, he turned his head to look at the sect master of the star-picking sect, Yuan Tairan. He really wanted to know how Yuan Tairan's expression would be when he saw such a genius disciple about to die. Ah! The moment he looked over, Yuan Tairan's face was indeed filled with despair and pain. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. It was also at this moment that a series of screams suddenly erupted from the training field. Even Yuan Tairan was no exception. This made the sect master of the Origin sect realize that Chu Qingtian's fist must have hit Chen Hao's head and caused it to explode like a watermelon. An interesting expression was about to appear. However, what puzzled the sect master of the Origin sect was that Yuan Tairan's expression was suddenly filled with intense joy after he screamed. Could it be that he had gone mad from anger? Fourth update. I've been writing since 3 in the morning until now. I'm finally going to finish writing the sex exchange competition. I'm asking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 342. Ah! Bang! Good! Good! Ha ha ha! In an instant, Yuan Tairan's despondent, sorrowful, and gloomy face seemed to have been filled with adrenaline as he laughed out loud in excitement. Many sect masters around him looked at him enviously. No matter how stupid the Yuan Gate sect master was, he knew that something was wrong. It wasn't just because of Yuan Tairan's expression, it was also because of the terrified scream in the arena. Who else could it have been other than Chu Qingtian? The unconcealable pride on his face suddenly froze as he turned to look at the arena. Soon after, he fell to the ground with a plop, just like the Sky Sword sect master. In the arena. When Chu Qingtian dragged his heavy fist and punched towards Chen Hao's head, the motionless Chen Hao suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Chu Qingtian's ankle. He casually swung his leg to the side, causing Chu Qingtian's fist to lose its aim. At the same time, his huge body seemed to be weightless. As he screamed, Chen Hao used him like a whip and whipped him 360 degrees in the air before slamming him heavily onto the ground. Chu Qingtian's head made intimate contact with the hard arena floor under Chen Hao's violent physical strength. Soon after, a dull sound of impact, accompanied by the bloody and cruel sound of a watermelon exploding, caused the entire arena to scream in shock. On the other hand, Chen Hao, who'd finished doing all of this, didn't even spare them a glance. His peerlessly handsome and angular face was filled with a strand of breathtaking coldness and arrogance. Chen Hao wins. When the judge's majestic but slightly trembling voice sounded, the Zhaixing sect was the first to erupt in cheers. Soon after, a sparse response appeared in the arena and quickly spread out. After a while, the cheers resounded throughout the arena, turning into the cheers of countless spectators and cultivators. In particular, some young female disciples and lone cultivators were screaming and venting to their heart's content. No one cared about the Yuan Gate sect's prestige anymore. Only Chen Hao's name resounded throughout the arena. This was a form of worship and respect for the strong. It was a cheer for the #1 person in the younger generation of the Eastern continent. He was the creator of miracles. He was a lowly youth who had entered the cultivation world from the 100 Empire ranking. However, in a short 3 years, he had risen to become the brightest star in the Eastern continent. He was only 18 years old, but he had created one miracle after another and broken record after record. He was a true genius, a genius that was hard to come by in the Eastern continent in 1,000 years. Killing Fan Fong made him stand out. Sky City, Sky made him famous in the cultivation world of the Eastern continent. And the intersect competition made him the #1 person in the younger generation. He was the #1 person who surpassed every year. No one could imagine what heights such a monstrous genius would eventually reach, what miracles he would create, and what records he would break. However, everyone present knew that they would be witnesses to a miracle. This year's intersect competition was destined to be the most exciting one in the past hundreds or thousands of years. When Chen Hao returned to the contestant seats amidst the thunderous cheers, the graceful female immortal slowly flew onto the arena under everyone's gazes. At the same time, a gentle aura, like the spring rain, quietly filled the entire martial arts practice field. At this moment, the noisy martial arts practice field instantly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. I was ordered by the Palace Lord to come to the Eastern continent to host this year's intersect competition. Before I came, I was very curious. The Eastern continent is the worst region in the boundless world. It lacks spirit energy and has few geniuses. Under normal circumstances, it would be sufficient to send an envoy. But this time, why did the Palace Lord send me? I don't understand. But now, I understand. I am very fortunate to be able to host this year's intersect competition. This is because I saw hope. I saw a few true geniuses who surprised me. This should be one of the reasons why the Palace Lord sent me. The female celestial supremacy said softly with a faint smile on her face. Her voice was very soft, but it carried a soul-stirring mystery. Every word seemed to ring in everyone's ears. It was clear and did not contain any energy. Her straightforward words made everyone in the martial arts practice field perk up their ears. Their hearts were filled with excitement because of the female immortal venerable's words. Although they knew that the so-called true geniuses had nothing to do with most of them, they were still excited. This was because they were members of the Eastern continent. However, the female celestial supremacy changed the topic. Her expression suddenly turned cold as she glanced at the main stage. Her voice was filled with dissatisfaction as she said, "Secondly, the Eastern continent has declined to the point where it can't decline any further. The 3 sect masters of the Yuan Gate, Sky Sword Sect, and Piao Miao Sect lowered their heads. They broke out in cold sweat and were extremely nervous. In the past few days, they had tried to get close to the female celestial supremacy, but she did not give them any chance. Perhaps things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. These geniuses who are unlikely to appear in the Eastern continent appeared here. This may be the hope for the rise of the Eastern continent's providence." Now, before announcing the results of this year's intersect competition, this celestial supremacy will first announce the adjustment of the 10 immortal Tao sects. Rumble, the female celestial supremacy's words caused an uproar in the entire arena. What did the adjustment of the 10 immortal Tao sects mean? At this moment, everyone finally understood that the female celestial supremacy's words a few days ago were not alarmist words. She was serious. However, the 10 immortal Tao sects were only qualified to be in the 9th rank sects. There were only 10 9th rank sects in the Eastern continent's cultivation world. There had not been any changes for hundreds of years. Their foundation and overall strength were not something that 1st rank to 8th rank sects could compare to. Could the female celestial supremacy be replaced by other sects? The Ling Tian sect will replace the Yuan Gate as the head of the 10 immortal Tao sects. The Yuan Gate, Sky Sword Sect, and Piao Miao Sect will be stripped of their right to speak in the 10 immortal Tao sects. Before the next intersect competition, if your performance satisfies this celestial, your right to speak will be restored. Of course, the premise is that you still have the strength to be ranked in the Eastern continent's top 10 sects. In these 10 years, the 10,000 Pill Pavilion, Spirit Void Sect, and Azure Valley will temporarily have the right to speak. Following the female immortal venerable's straightforward words, the entire martial arts practice field uncontrollably fell into a buzzing discussion. So that's how it is. I've said that a 9th rank sect is not something that can be touched as one wishes. However, this punishment is severe enough. The Ling Tian sect is good. The Ling Tian sect's foundation is not inferior to the Sky Sword sect and Piao Miao sect. It's only second to the Yuan Gate. However, the Yuan Gate bullies others and is extremely domineering. Their disciples are all arrogant and domineering, causing people to be angry but not dare to speak out. However, the Ling Tian sect is quite righteous. It will definitely be much better to be led by them. Yes. Let's see how the Yuan Gate can be arrogant now. Although they are still one of the 10 immortal Dao sects, without the right to speak, they can't make any decisions in the cultivation world. The Spirit Void sect and Azure Valley are already top 8th rank sects, so they can obtain the right to speak. The 10,000 Pill Pavilion will have no problem becoming an 8th rank sect this time. In addition, the Celestial Supremacy thinks highly of them. With the Celestial Supremacy token in hand, I'm afraid they will have the right to become a 9th rank sect in a few years. That's for sure. Moreover, the 3 great sects have undoubtedly been robbed of their providence this time. The Celestial Supremacy just said that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. The Yuan Gate, Heavenly Sword Sect, and Floating Mist Sect will probably begin to decline. It's fine if they can rise again in 10 years, but if they can't, then I'm afraid they will truly decline. Not bad, not bad. The old man has decided to join the 10,000 Pill Pavilion. I've had enough of being a wandering cultivator. Brother Mu, how about we go together? We can also be elders and contribute to the future of the Eastern continent. I want to go to the star-picking sect. Cough cough. Brother Mu, the star-picking sect is only a 3rd-rank sect. Although they have a genius like Chen Hao, they can only be promoted to a 6th-rank sect this time. After we enter, our treatment will definitely be much worse than the 10,000 Pill Pavilion. You can't say that. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. It's enough that the star-picking sect has Chen Hao. However, they don't just have Chen Hao. Helian Wuxia and Tantai Lian are also monstrous geniuses. They're at most in their early 20s. Moreover, the star-picking sect may not only be promoted to a 6th-rank sect this time. If I'm not wrong, they'll definitely be promoted to 7th rank or even 8th rank. This also means that the star-picking sect will have to recruit a lot of people after this to increase their overall strength. And the most important thing. What? What's the relationship between Helian Wuxia and Tantai Lian and Chen Hao? Is Leng Yihan on good terms with Chen Hao? What's the relationship between Xia Yuyu and Chen Hao? Although I can't be sure, these people have more or less been influenced by Chen Hao's luck. He's a monstrous genius with great luck and opportunity. Cough cough. I'm convinced. Brother Mu, you're so thoughtful. Shall we join the star-picking sect together? And we have to do it quickly. I believe that once the intersect competition is over, there will be countless wandering cultivators like us who want to join the star-picking sect and the 10,000 Pill Pavilion. In the martial arts arena, 2 old wandering cultivators were communicating with each other through voice transmission. The aura of these 2 old men had clearly reached half a step into the primordial soul realm. Moreover, they had basically reached their limits. There were many wandering cultivators like them in the martial arts arena. They had come to watch the intersect competition because they wanted to choose which sect they wanted to join. Xia Lingfeng, Clan Master Xia, now, you will announce the results of this year's intersect competition. After the female immortal finished speaking, she disappeared from the arena and returned to the main stage. Then, a red-faced Xia Lingfeng stepped onto the arena under the cheers and anticipation of the crowd. "Grandpa is going up," Xia Yuyu said to Chen Hao excitedly and happily. As he healed himself, he looked at Chen Hao on the arena. He looked at the sage-like and high-spirited Xia Lingfeng and curled his lips slightly. He said something that made Xia Yuyu lose her ladylike demeanor and attack Chen Hao. "It's just a general from a cripple. What's there to be excited about? Dark Mountain will be riding through the night. I don't know how much I can write. I'll do my best. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Brother Sword Tianya, for your generous gift, and to all the friends who donated and voted. Thank you." Chapter 343. How could Chen Hao have the ability to resist? Chu Qingtian's fist was just like its name. It was enough to topple the heavens, at least to Chen Hao. A 10% chance of victory. Chen Hao had grasped that 10% chance of victory and obtained the final victory. However, in the end, he did not hold back and exceeded his limits. This caused him to exhaust all of his energy. More accurately speaking, he was even more exhausted than Chu Qingtian. Fortunately, the immortal bloodline, which couldn't be used in battle, and the strong body, soul, recovery ability, and wisdom, allowed him to win the final victory. Even when he was lying on the ground, he could still stand up and kill Chu Qingtian. However, he did not do so. Although the time was short, it was better to wait and gather energy than to drag his heavy body over. Fortunately, Xia Yuyu only pinched Chen Hao and was too embarrassed to continue. After all, Chen Hao was now the most dazzling star. Even when Xia Lingfeng was about to announce the final results of this year's intersect competition, many people had their eyes on him. Xia Yuyu and Leng Yihan, who were sitting together, also attracted many people's attention. Xia Lingfeng's majestic voice resounded throughout the entire martial arts practice field, suppressing the sounds of excitement and disappointment from hearing the results. The first to be announced was the ranking of this year's intersect competition, in order from lowest to highest. It was mainly based on the results and performance of the group matches. The results of the sex test and the number of people who had passed the test to qualify for the competition were also taken into account. However, the proportion of these was very small. As more and more sects were announced, the buzz of discussion grew louder and louder. "Great Elder, what, will we be ranked?" In the spectator stands where the star-picking sect disciples were seated, the star-picking sect's name still hadn't appeared when Xia Lingfeng announced that the top 30 were basically all rank 8 sections. At this time, the star-picking sect disciples, including the 3 great elders, were all very excited. Long Yukong couldn't help but ask the great elder. "Old man isn't sure either, but we should be in the top 20, right?" This result is not only based on the results of the group matches, but also the number of participants, test results, and so on. Otherwise, we would definitely be in the top 10. Hee. All of you are good. If nothing goes wrong, our star-picking sect will definitely become a 6th grade sect, or even higher. As they spoke, Xia Lingfeng had already reported the 25th name, but the star-picking sect's name still hadn't appeared. Number 20, the 7th grade sect, Myriad Pill Pavilion. Crash. But when the name of the Myriad Pill Pavilion appeared, the entire martial arts practice field buzzed with discussion. The disciples of the Myriad Pill Pavilion were all staring at him, seemingly unconvinced. The disciples of the star-picking sect were also staring at him in surprise. As far as they were concerned, even though the Myriad Pill Pavilion hadn't taken first place in their group, their results should have been better than the star-picking sects. After all, the more people who qualified for the official competition, the higher the test results would be. However, the names of the sects that were announced after that shocked everyone even more. 19th, 18th, 17th. Just as they were about to enter the top 10, the star-picking sect's name still didn't appear. 11th place. Third rank sect, star-seizing sect. Whoosh. 11, it's actually the 11th. Isn't that too high? Although they are the first in the group, they only have 10 people who are qualified for the competition. How can they be so high? Such discussions spread throughout the entire martial arts practice field. Even the star-picking sect did not expect this and felt a little embarrassed. They even thought to themselves, could it be that the Ling Tian sect, the new leader of the 10 celestial Dao sects, was deliberately biased because of the relationship between Chen Hao and Xia Yuyu? Hee hee. At this moment, Xia Lingfeng paused for the first time. He looked at the audience in the martial arts practice field and said, everyone might have doubts about the star-picking sect's ranking. However, this is a bonus point given by a celestial venerable. Perhaps, in everyone's opinion, the disciples who are qualified to participate in this year's intersect competition are true geniuses. Even those who qualify for the test are considered geniuses. However, please look further and broaden your horizons. In the entire cultivation world, our eastern continent is the place with the worst karmic luck. Our so-called geniuses would be mediocre even in the western continent or the southern sea islands, let alone the middle continent. We lack true geniuses who can change the fate of the eastern continent, who can make a name for themselves in the boundless continent, who can bring fate, glory, and status to the eastern continent. The star-picking sect, on the other hand, was only a third-grade sect. But, they had it. And they had more than one. Chen Hao, as well as Helian Wuxi and Tantai Lian, who did not make it into the top 20, had it too. In terms of cultivation level, talent, and comprehension, how many of the so-called geniuses present could compare to them at their age? A single third-grade sect has 3 of them. They're stronger than any of the 10 immortal Dao sects. Does anyone have any objections? I can tell you now that the star-picking sect is not only ranked 11th, but will also become an 8th-grade sect. The sect will also be promoted to an 8th-rank sect. Like the Myriad Pill Pavilion, it will become a sect fully protected and nurtured by the 10 immortal sects. Xia Lingfeng's impassioned speech caused the entire martial arts practice field to become absolutely silent. It also made everyone understand one thing. The eastern continent did not lack so-called geniuses at all. What it lacked was true geniuses who could compete with geniuses from other regions. Only such geniuses could change the eastern continent's karmic luck. Xia Lingfeng immediately announced the first place, starting from 10th place. Although the Sky Sword sect had lost first place in their group because of the star-picking sect, their foundation and large number of participants still placed 4th. Of course, if it were not for Wu Ruochen's death, their ranking could still be improved. The Origin Gate ranked 3rd, the Floating Mist sect ranked 2nd, and the Ling Tian sect ranked 1st. The Yuan Gate was ranked 3rd and was also affected by Chu Qingtian's death. Gu Xing, who placed 4th in the individual competition, became the 2nd in the Floating Mist sect. The Ling Tian sect ranked 1st because of Xia Yuyu. This was the difference between the 10 immortal Dao sects and the other sections. The 10 immortal Dao sects were all 9th-grade sections. Although there was a great disparity in strength, the Origin Gate, the Sky Sword sect, the Floating Mist sect, and the Ling Tian sect's top 4 ranking were very similar. In addition, the female celestial supremacy valued true geniuses, resulting in the current ranking. No one questioned it, and no one dared to. Yuan Tairan, who was sitting on the rostrum, was so excited when he learned that the star-picking sect ranked 11th and became an 8th-grade sect. This wasn't just a matter of ranking or reputation. It also meant that the star-picking sect would be rewarded with a large amount of resources. It meant that from now on, with the full support of the 10 immortal sects, the star-picking sect would rapidly grow and flourish. This was definitely an outcome that he did not even dare to imagine before the start of the competition. Following this outcome, the star-picking sect would have to open its doors to recruit elites, and a series of other problems to deal with. This made him excited, but it also made him nervous, and he was a little worried about his gains and losses. Next was the announcement of the individual top 100 rankings. In the so-called top 100, only the top 20 were determined by real battles. The remaining 80 were jointly evaluated by the sect leaders of the 10 immortal Dao sects based on their performance in the group competition. Helian Wuxi and Tantai Lian were among the top 100. Helian Wuxi, in particular, was ranked 21st. Of course, if Wu Ruochen and Chu Qingtian were not dead, Helian Wuxi would be ranked 23rd. The other two who made it into the top 20 were the second strongest in the Sky Sword sect, Meng Lang, and the second strongest in the Floating Mist sect. This meant that Helian Wuxi's combat strength was ranked first under the embodiment stage. Even many half-step avatars were no match for her. Chen Hao ranked first, Xia Yuyu and Leng Yihan tied for second, and Gu Xing ranked fourth. They were the top four in the competition. The title of "For Young Masters," given by the Eastern Continent's cultivation world, was eliminated because of Xia Yuyu. In fact, even without Xia Yuyu, Leng Yihan's real identity would have eliminated this title. Among the top 100 contestants, only the top 4 received a special token. This was a special token of the Wuji Immortal Palace called Guardian. Any disciple who received the Guardian token had the authority to travel in the Wuji Immortal Dao sects. For Chen Hao and the other 3, it meant that they could step out of the Eastern Continent. Moreover, in any Immortal Dao sects, elites above the nascent Soul Realm could not kill them. Otherwise, no matter who it was, they would have to bear the wrath of the Wuji Immortal Palace. Yuan Tairan. When the intersect competition finally came to an end, all the sect leaders and everyone in the martial arts arena respectfully sent off the Celestial Prime. Yuan Tairan, who was bowing with cupped fists, suddenly heard a faint voice that made Yuan Tairan's body stiffen and his brain almost crash. "After midnight tonight, I will come to the star-picking sect's courtyard. I have something to discuss with you. Helian Wuxi and Tantai Lian need to be present." "Yes. Yes." Yuan Tairan only reacted when the female Celestial Prime disappeared and responded. However, the target of the voice transmission had already disappeared. It turned into energy floating in the void. A moment later, his face, which was already in a state of excitement, became as red as a monkey's buttocks. Although he did not know what the female Celestial Prime's so-called discussion was, he knew that it was definitely a great thing. And it was definitely a great thing related to Helian Wuxi and Tantai Lian. The only thing that made him feel strange was that the female Celestial Prime did not mention Chen Hao. Xia Lingfeng also received the voice transmission. Naturally, it was because of Xia Yuyu. As for the Myriad Pill Pavilion Master, he did not receive the female Celestial Prime's message. The 3 of them did not make this trip in vain. Xia Yuyu is only 20 years old, and Helian Wuxi and Tantai Lian are only in their early 20s. If the 2 of them had Xia Yuyu's background, they would definitely not be worse than Xia Yuyu. When the female Celestial Prime appeared in the core palace specially prepared for her, there was a faint smile on her lips as she murmured. It would be even better if Chen Hao and Leng Yihan were not her people. What a pity. Chapter 344. That night. With the star-picking sect and the Myriad Pill Pavilion as the representatives, some of the sects that had shown great potential in the intersect competition and had been promoted were being sought after by countless rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators had basically reached their limits. If they were to rely on themselves, they would not be able to make much progress in their lifetime. Joining a sect and sharing the sect's fortune might be the best way to make further progress. Rogue cultivators with high cultivation and good reputations were naturally welcomed by any sect. Yuan Tairan and the three elders were pleasantly surprised that the threshold of the courtyard where the Xiaxing sect was located was almost bursting. The four of them were extremely busy and overwhelmed. Everything was like a super big pie falling from the sky. It came so fast and so suddenly that the four of them felt that it was unreal. It was not until it was close to 7 in the morning that Yuan Tairan and many cultivators agreed to discuss further with the Xiaxing sect 1 month later. They were waiting for the arrival of the female celestial master. Phew! In the cultivation room, Chen Hao let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared. He was full of energy. In just 6 hours, Chen Hao, who had exhausted all his energy and was seriously injured, had recovered to his peak state. This primary instruction of the Great Tao is really amazing. I obviously did not comprehend it, but as long as I maintain the state of mind of reciting it, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort. My strength has increased a little again. It seems that this kind of life or death situation, where the battle exceeds one's own limits, is indeed the best way to improve quickly. I already have faint signs of breaking through to the half-step incarnation level. However, this time was really too dangerous and completely out of my control. If not for the unpredictable factor, the secular sword principle, who did not drop the ball at the critical moment, I'm afraid I would have been finished. Chen Hao thought to himself. During this period, Chen Hao had specially tried to activate the secular sword principle when he was cultivating and had spent a lot of effort. However, Chen Hao could not control the aura of the secular sword principle at all. Therefore, in a real battle, he naturally did not dare to use it. It was like a ticking time bomb. If he really treated it as his trump card, he might be the one to die from the explosion. However, Chen Hao could only take a risk in his final battle with Chu Qingtian. His chances of winning were too low. Even if there was an uncertainty, he could only use it as a bargaining chip. Fortunately, the secular sword principle displayed the most terrifying destruction attribute at that moment. A ray of light flashed, and the strange guardian order appeared in Chen Hao's hand. Staring at the mysterious runes on the guardian order, Chen Hao took a deep breath, as if he was thinking in making a choice. Finally, after a few minutes, he still seemed to have made a decision. He said to himself, "My path is to reach the peak. It couldn't be stopped. It couldn't be stopped. Otherwise, everything that's happening right now will be just a flash in the pan. If that's not me, what should I do?" Although Xiaowu and Xiaoyan's strength isn't bad, they didn't make it into the top 4. Without this guardian token, they can't leave the eastern continent. If I leave by myself, the 2 of them will definitely resent me greatly. If I don't leave, it will definitely affect my cultivation. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. The so-called fall behind wasn't really falling behind. It was the advancement of others. Chen Hao was very clear that since he had reached this stage and become the number 1 person among the younger generation in the eastern mainland, he could only cultivate even more crazily. This was because he would be the target of all the younger disciples in the eastern mainland. If he became complacent and stagnant, he would quickly become mediocre and be stepped on by others. That was not what Chen Hao wanted. It was also not in Chen Hao's character. If he wanted to do something, he would do it to the best of his ability. The current him was just a temporary victory. In this world full of mysteries, and unknowns, the only thing he could see and touch was the eastern mainland. Moreover, even in the eastern mainland, his knowledge was limited to the younger generation. There were many things that could only be uncovered as his cultivation base increased. This was a vast and exciting world. Whether it was the Chen Hao of this life or the Chen Hao of his previous life, his bones were filled with arrogance and unwillingness to be mediocre. Since he had begun, he had to walk to the end without any distractions and set foot on the peak. This was what he looked forward to the most. In the eastern mainland, Chen Hao had already walked to the front of the younger generation. If he wanted to improve faster, he had to step into a wider space. Chen Hao. Just as Chen Hao was in a dilemma, Yuan Tyran's voice suddenly drifted over. His voice was very soft, obviously afraid of disturbing Chen Hao's cultivation. After all, Yuan Tyran did not think that Chen Hao could recover at this time. However, he had to interrupt his cultivation. Sect Master. What's the matter? The celestial supremacy is here. Yuan Tyran's voice trembled as he transmitted his voice. Ah. He's looking for me. Chen Hao was slightly surprised. He's not looking for you. He's looking for little Wu and little Lian, but he needs to discuss it with you. These two girls are too dead set on you. They don't even consider their own futures. They want you to make the decision. Ahem. I'll be right there. Yuan Tyran's words stunned Chen Hao and he immediately replied. However, he felt a little strange. Since the celestial supremacy was looking for Helian Wuxi and Tantai Lian, he must have thought highly of them. Could it be the celestial supremacy's will? It did not seem likely. According to Chen Hao's knowledge, the celestial supremacy's will was an extremely secretive matter that would not be known to a second person. Moreover, if it was the celestial supremacy's will, he should be looking for him, right? Chen Hao was confident that his talent was better than the two girls. Since it could not be the celestial supremacy's will, why would he look for them? Moreover, it was related to him. With a trace of surprise and confusion, Chen Hao quickly arrived at the main hall of the courtyard. The moment Chen Hao stepped into the main hall, he saw the graceful female celestial supremacy sitting on the main seat. Helian Wuxi, Tantai Lian, and Yuan Tyran were respectfully sitting below the female celestial supremacy. In addition to the four of them, Chen Hao was slightly surprised that Xia Yuyu was also sitting with the two girls. The five of them were looking at him. Disciple Chen Hao greets the celestial supremacy. Chen Hao hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. His expression was as calm as water, neither servile nor overbearing. Just this appearance alone was enough to make the female celestial supremacy sigh in admiration. One had to know that not only Chen Hao, but even Yuan Tyran, Xia Lingfeng, and the other leading figures of the Eastern Continent's cultivation world would tremble a little when they saw the female celestial supremacy. They would be reserved and cautious as if they were treading on thin ice. However, Chen Hao, who was only an 18-year-old youth, could be so calm in front of her. She could not help but sigh in admiration. No need to be so courteous, sit down. The female celestial supremacy looked at Chen Hao with bright eyes and said lightly with a smile at the corner of her mouth. This expression, no matter how one looked at it, was very, very fond of Chen Hao. Thank you, celestial supremacy. Chen Hao responded and sat down in the seat below. You little guy are really good. If you weren't already her man, this celestial supremacy would be embarrassed to snatch you from her. What a pity. What a pity. The female celestial supremacy looked at Chen Hao and said regretfully. Ahem. Celestial supremacy, forgive this disciple for being presumptuous, I. Whose man am I? The female celestial supremacy's words had a hidden meaning, which made Chen Hao's heart skip a beat. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked at the female celestial supremacy and asked. Oh. Hearing Chen Hao's words, the female celestial supremacy was also slightly stunned and said, Don't you know who taught you the carving technique? Or. Lang Yihan taught you? That's not it. Lang Yihan and I are from the same sect and have some relationship. It's just that we don't know. Then that's it. She probably didn't tell you. Then this celestial supremacy can't talk too much. I called you here because of this. This celestial supremacy values these three little girls. The three of them are the best in terms of age, realm, and potential. Even in the central continent, it's rare to see them. They are different from you. They are girls and their looks are extremely rare. If they are left alone to experience the world, no one can guarantee that they can grow up. So, this celestial supremacy wants to take them as disciples and take them away to focus on training. Take them to the Wuxia Immortal Palace. That's right. The three little girls have to ask for your opinion. Little guy, your charm is really not ordinary. Do you have any opinion? No. The three of them can be appreciated by the celestial supremacy, that's a great opportunity. How can I have any opinion? That's great. Chen Hao's mind was sharp and his reaction was extremely fast. This was originally something that he was having a headache about. The female celestial supremacy's decision was simply a timely rein. How could Chen Hao object? When Yuan Tairan heard Chen Hao's words, he naturally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was very worried that Chen Hao was as insensible as the two little girls. It would be too depressing if he gave up his future because of love. Fortunately, Chen Hao was more straightforward than he thought. This was the demeanor of a real man. When Helian Wuzi and Tan Tai Lien heard Chen Hao's happy and excited words, they frowned at the same time and stared at Chen Hao with a little surprise. They were very unhappy. Although the two of them had already guessed that with Chen Hao's personality, who only had cultivation in his heart, he would definitely agree with the female celestial supremacy's decision. But couldn't he at least show some reluctance? But this guy looked like he couldn't wait to be pushed out immediately. Of course, Xia Yuyu was no exception. After 3 years of waiting, only at this intersect competition did she really meet Chen Hao. They had only interacted for a few days and had to be separated again. How could she be willing? Moreover, she had obtained the guardian token and was prepared to roam the cultivation world with Chen Hao, cough cough. I was having a headache just now. Little Wu and Little Lien, you two didn't obtain the guardian token. If I leave the eastern continent with you and leave you two behind, I can't bear it. But we're still very young, aren't we? We should prioritize cultivation. Only by cultivating without distractions can we go further and higher. Don't you think so? When Chen Hao saw the expressions of the three girls, he immediately realized that he had acted too agitated and hurriedly added. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.